We needed to bring the hype today, everybody. We need to shake your leg. Shake your leg. Today's a good day, man. Today's gonna be a good day. Am I right or am I right? Hang on, gotta just flip these lights on. We had to bring the hypoo. The hypoo. Hypoo. Needed to happen. You got your new PC chair today. Absolutely thrilled. Nice. Speaking of hype, that thing should be the thing today. Oh, the first thing or the second thing? Did you talk to the guy? Any house news? Well, am I gonna play Summer Car? Maybe after the launch PY if I have energy, so maybe. Yeah, here we go. Let me go back and look. So we got conditional approval yesterday, and the bank is going to appraise the house next week. So yeah. No news is good news at this point, fellas, to be honest with you. We got a lot of stuff done yesterday. Yeah. Conditional approval is good. That means basically us and the sellers are, so buyer and seller basically see eye to eye on most things. Or no, well, not most, everything, right? Yeah, that we see eye to eye on most not most. I think we got everything. Conditional approval basically means everybody's good to go. Now it's just the bank. Now it's getting the money for it. So there's another step involved here. The step is now the mortgage company, the bank needs to go and look at the house, and they need to appraise the house. Basically, the bank needs to go and look at it and see how much it's worth, taking into account current economy, etc., etc. This is the part that's a little bit scary, but it's okay. We budgeted for this when we put in an offer on the house. We have a really good mortgage rate guy that helped us out with this. So say we bought the house for, I don't know, 150 grand. I wish that would be nice. Say we bought it for 150 grand, right? And then the bank came in and said, this house is worth 140. It's worth 140 G's. That's what we're appraising it at. We're only going to give you enough money for 140 G's. The bank isn't going to lend you money on a house just because you overpaid for it, right? So that's why you got to be careful when you put in offers, right? So my realtor thinks that we had to go up a little bit. We put in an offer. They said we put in an offer. They basically said, well, hey, can you sweeten the pot a little bit? And we did. And then they were like, okay, cool. And then we've been just negotiating small things since. But if the bank goes in and appraises it at like under 5 to 10 grand, like what we offered, then we basically have to fork that money over. We basically have to pay for that outright. That's why when you're doing real estate, you have to do something called comps. When you're buying, you have to do something called a comp or selling, because, well, I suppose it's not so much selling side. So you have to do something called comps. Well, comps are just comparable. So you look for houses in the area that are comparable, that are similar size, similar plot of land, similar, similar garage, for instance. Now this one's going to be difficult because this one has an industrial garage attached to it. So that's where that kind of window comes in. I don't really know what the bank's going to appraise that garage at. I don't know. To me, that garage is worth like 20 grand. The industrial garage that's attached to this house is, that's easily like a 50 grand building, 50 grand structure, easily. But, what you put into your house isn't necessarily the equity that you get out of it. So say I upgraded the toilet in my house, right? That I don't own. Say I own a house. Say we upgrade the toilet, and say we put in a $500 solid gold toilet or something, right? A $500 toilet. It's probably like $5,000 solid gold toilet. The house price doesn't go up by $5,000. That's not how that works.
Discovery.
It's equity. Hey, Mika. So, no, not cops. No, not police officers. No. Comps, comparables. Exactly, Rarest. Yeah, nothing is one-to-one in equity, really. That's not really how it works. Because, yeah, no, just because you put like $5,000 into your house doesn't mean you're getting $5,000 in equity. But there are some cases where you put $1,000 into your house and you can get $10,000 equity. It depends on what you upgrade. That the equity goes up if you upgrade everything over time. So think like if you've ever played Tarkov, you have a hideout in Tarkov, right? You know, the hideout is good, right? And then, but a really upgraded hideout, that's way better, right? But if you have like a hideout in Tarkov that is just one upgrade station, none of the other upgrade stations really matter. Like they all depend on each other. It's kind of like that. You want to upgrade the bathroom, then you want to upgrade the kitchen, then you want to upgrade the garage. Well, the garage, we don't need to upgrade in this particular case. That's about as good of a garage as you can get. Yeah, so the bank has to go and appraise it. They have to go and appraise it and see if our buying price is in line with, if the price that we agreed on is in line with, their appraisal, basically. And if it's not, we're going to have to pay a difference. And the annoying thing is that if you underpay for a house, it doesn't matter. If you underpay for a house, the bank doesn't care. If you overpay, then they care because, yeah, they're lending the money, right? So, hey, Till, hype for today? Yeah. Did you get a fixed rate? We locked in a fixed rate, Jim. I'm shocked that our mortgage guy was able to do it. I think that's the biggest thing. If anybody ever asks me for house advice, the biggest thing that I'm going to say is make sure you have a good realtor. Good realtor, good real estate lawyer, a good mortgage broker if you're doing that. Seriously, hire a general contractor. Yeah. Beautiful garage and shelves. Yeah. That's right, 95. 2-car garage and shelves. 95, if you need more space in your garage. I got plenty of space in mine. I'm just saying. Yeah, good realtor, good mortgage broker. That's my best advice that I can give somebody if I ever get asked. That's what I'm going to say. Our realtor and our mortgage broker and our real estate lawyer, and I have a family that's a general contractor. But honestly, I would pay a contractor to do this. It's so freaking worth it. It's so worth it to have a contractor look over it on top of a building inspector. You get a second opinion. It's just two-fault redundant, so you don't miss anything. That was a really good idea. And believe it or not, that was my buddy that is a general contractor. That was his idea. He's like, no, let me look over it too. Trust me. You want two opinions here. So, because the more stuff that you find during the building inspection, the better. Do you know what rate you got? It's, I don't know the exact number. I'd have to go look at the mortgage form. It's somewhere around 5, King. Not bad. I mean, not great, not terrible, right? If it was not great, not terrible, it'd be 3.6, right? I wish. But the rates are going up. But everyone's been telling me, including you guys here on chat, that if you have the money to buy now, do it. Do it now because the prices aren't going down. Everyone's like, oh, there's going to be a recession. Not in real estate. No. It's because inventory is low. And don't get me wrong, this is not financial advice, etc., etc. This is like, dude, I've been shopping opinions around everywhere and asking everybody because, everybody's like, oh, the Federal Reserve's going to up the interest rates, and if they up the interest rates, buyer purchasing power goes down. But, and so the prices go down. It de-inflates the economy by jacking interest rates on mortgages. I get it. That's fine. I understand that. That makes perfect sense to me. But everyone's like, oh, it's like 2008 all over again. This is what they did during 2008. You're not going to be able to find a house. But the one thing that I keep seeing, and like I said, people also keep telling me, is that in 2008 there was a bunch of houses. There was a bunch of houses. The inventory was way high. So we had a bunch of people default in 2008. A bunch of people defaulted on their loans, right? Because they couldn't pay. The bank gave them a mortgage that they couldn't pay for, right? Because in the mid-2000s, we thought it'd be good to make bank lending more accessible for people and lax on the criteria for lending money, which doesn't sound smart. But then again, hindsight, right? So in 2008, everybody defaulted and there was tons of houses that nobody could afford. So the inventory was high, prices were high, and then they jacked the interest rates and prices went down, right?
Discovery, go and
That's not what's going on here. And I've been reading a lot about this just because, probably should have some kind of idea what I'm doing with, putting down this much money, right? Grav, see last, what's up, dude? It seems like, give me a second, Grav. Let me finish. Was it your sub? My driver's training exam is today. Hope it goes well. Answer the questions literally. There's no trick questions on a driver's exam, Grav. Just take that into account, okay? Tech, congrats on the house. Bought a couple in my lifetime. Initially some work, but satisfying in the long run. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. What do you think the chances are of Starliner's success today? Novacon, I think after OFT1 and the valve issue with Starliner, that NASA has their hands so far up Boeing's tail that Boeing is spitting out meatballs, if you catch my drift. Yeah, rarest, exactly. So because there's low inventory, right, and high inflation, they'll make the rates go up to limit purchasing power, but the price isn't going to go down because just straight supply and demand. There's not enough houses for people to buy because we stopped making houses for a year and a half. Lovely visual. Yeah, Fraggle. I think their hand is so far up Boeing's tail that NASA's this is like NASA's capsule at this point. Not really. It's not like that, but pretty much. You're spitting out NASA meatballs. So, yeah, everyone's telling me that it's, not the worst idea to do. And I've been shopping my opinions around with different people that I know in chat that know economics and stuff, and everybody's giving me the same answer. Everybody says, the prices aren't going down. So now's the time to buy because the prices isn't going to, everybody that thinks they're going to jack the rates and the price is going to go down, it's not. It's not going to do that. At least that's what, once again, nothing is for sure. I don't have a crystal ball. That's what everybody's saying, so. Boeing's throwing up meatballs at this point because NASA's hand is so far up there, man. Sorry, I like my other way of saying it better. NASA's using Boeing as a sock puppet right now. So I think this mission is going to go well. And I will still say this to this day, that I think that the valve issue is just one of those unknown unknowns. That is in no way reflects Boeing's competency or anything. That one is a freak thing. That isn't their fault. That's like blaming people for Columbia. Columbia was just a freak accident, dude. There's nothing more, nothing less. Sometimes this happens. You can't predict the future down to like at an atomic level. You can't do that. That's impossible. Will the capsule have any cargo with it? Yeah. NASA is not. Yeah. NASA's here. Here's NASA's confidence in the mission. Check this out. Boeing posted this yesterday. Starliner's going to go up with about 600 pounds of cargo, and then it's going to come back down with 500. 600 pounds of cargo, and they're also moving around some O2 tanks for the. They're also moving around some O2 tanks for the ISS. Some consumable tanks. Consumable tanks. They're moving around some oxygen tanks. There you go. Boeing releasing video in 2022 with a 2021 copyright. That's good. Last year's stupid high material costs didn't help. Well, I think in economics, not to sound like insensitive to the past 2 years like pandemic, but I believe they called this the inflation is artificial, I guess, so to speak, because everyone shut their economies down, right? Because of COVID. Not, like whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, like that's not what I'm talking about. Like it's an artificial recession. That's what it's called in economics. Like, we probably could have kept going. We probably could have kept the economy open, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, you know, I think we did it at the behest of human life compared to economics. Like, not behest, like, you know, there's a balance there. One, the economy is going to tank, but you save lives, right? Or at least I think that was the conundrum at the time. I don't know, like, maybe. But, yeah, and then started passing out money to make up for it. Yeah, that's not... I mean, I do appreciate it, but printing money is usually not a good thing from history. But I could be wrong. There's probably a reason for it to exist. You know, there's probably a damn good reason why that's allowed, you know. Morning, OFT2 hype. Yep. Need people to pay taxes in the future. I mean, yeah. Guys, like, what I'm learning about economics is that it's like engineering. There's not necessarily like good and bad ways of doing things. It's more of a situational thing, right? Like, you know, if it's in 2018 and you start printing money, that's not a good idea, right? Like, I mean, like from what I understand, printing more money is in inflating your currency is not a good idea. But some people, there have been times in history, from what I understand, that people have done that on purpose. You know, like, I think that China does that. They devalue their currency on purpose. But I don't know. I don't know enough about economics. I haven't read enough to really understand that. To be honest with you. No, RJ, different thing, but still, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I went on a little bit of a rant yesterday. The Elon parts, I think are right. The other stuff, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe. Like, I was tired, dude. I was talking to you like when we were halfway asleep. Yeah, Rarest, that's a pretty good case example of not doing that. But yeah, you don't want to overinflate your economy like that, right? But you know, in 2020, that seemed like the right thing to do because it seemed like it. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's, you know, like, Rarest, dude, this stuff is more complicated than it always seems, right? And I don't know that much about economics. Like, I understand, I get, you know, like supply and demand, stuff like that. I understand that stuff from playing cities and how like inflation rates go and you know, like mortgages and loans and percentages and interest rates. Like, I get it. I get it. I understand a good deal of that. But economics, and particularly like, you know, pulling the strings on the economy, seems like something you really need to understand. Not you, but that's before you go screwing with that, you need to really understand it. And if you don't, you're going to tip it off the scales like they did in 2008, so to speak, right? So, like, I don't want to be like, oh, printing money is not the right solution. That's stupid. Printing money may not necessarily be a bad thing. If your economy is growing at a crazy rate, you're going to need more currency, right? It's the rate at which you print money, right? Like, that's, you know, printing more money is not necessarily a bad thing. You could... But you have to see, it seems like you have to find a balance, right? You don't want to print too much because then you start devaluing your currency, but you want to be able to put more money in the pool if your economy's growing. You don't want to print too much, but you don't want to print too little either. If you print too little, your currency gets super overvalued and no one can trade in your currency. No one can trade on the dollar if you overvalue it, right? Like, that seems, it's never like this is the right solution or this is the right solution. It's reactionary, you know? Kind of like engineering. Engineering is all, you know, the constructs for what makes good engineering, right, is very contextual. You know, like, I don't like canards, for instance, right? Canards are, I see a lot of people in Kerbal put canards on their plane as a way to make up for a crappy design. And you see this case in real life with, like, the F4 Phantom. Actually, believe it or not, one of my favorite planes. The F4 has all these dihedral and anhedral control surfaces on it to make up for the fact that it's a terrible freaking design. And I say that even though F4 is one of my favorite airplanes because, you know, who kept turning? Who cares about turning? It goes fast. F4 is still one of the fastest planes around. But even by today's standards, it can go just as fast as an F-15. It just can't turn like one. So it very much seems like, you know, it's like sliders, right? You have to. It's like sliders, like like okay, not to reduce it to a very generic thing or general thing, but it's like in cities when we're doing tax rates and stuff in city skylines, or if we're budgeting stuff in city skylines, it seems like it's a reactionary thing. It's very contextual. Now, Rarest, I will say this: I don't think that printing that much money was that good of an idea. But also you don't want to, people need food to do that whole eating thing. That's kind of important. If they're not working, they don't get paid. Yeah. So I mean, I understand the reason. It doesn't seem like that's the wisest thing to do. But what else? What else do you do? Like I don't know. That the genuine answer for me is that I have no freaking idea. I don't know. This is why I don't talk about economics too much, because I don't understand it very well. It's not like shortages didn't happen anyways. Yeah. Eating is overrated. Yeah, you could all go on a diet, right? Like that's, what could be possibly malevolent about, somebody that's controlling the currency saying you can go on a diet? That's fine. Like, wait, what? Hey, Shaw, what's going on? Job, fix economy, solution, nationalize big tech, result, wealth redistribute. Yeah, Tessa, I don't know, man. What, you don't want to go on the forced diet? Nah. Actually, no, I can't. Chinese food is too tasty for you to go on a diet. Beef and broccoli? Hypersonic? Beef and broccoli? Am I right? Beef and broccoli is for winners, dude. Beef and broccoli is for winners. Hey, Nighthawk. Wow, yeah, I know. Nope. Chinese food is expensive, yeah. Government forced diets. This is fine. Yeah, Fractal, once again, student of history. Student of history, it's, yeah. Anytime you don't have enough food for your people to eat, that also usually doesn't end well. Yeah. Look what happened in Russia recently. They linked the ruble to commodities, and instead of dropping, the ruble's way up. Yeah, I mean, Hellfish Gold Standard might seem like a good idea, and yeah, I mean, Russia's trading on they're trading. They got off the petrodollar, and they're trading on. They trade oil on the ruble, and their economy went boing right back up. Even economists don't understand economies. Yeah, true that, Linux. True that. But yeah, that's the thing. Linux, I never trust somebody that's like, oh, we need to do this, and we just need to do this. Like, no, I know enough to know that's like saying, oh, every spacecraft needs at least 4 rocket engines. At least 4. You have to have at least 4. What? That's very strange, right? If somebody came in a chat, it's like, I know aerospace engineering. The space shuttle needs to have 4 wings. It has to have 4 wings. It should be like Starship. 2 wings in the front, 2 wings in the back. Well, it flew with 3, including your vertical stabilizer, and that was just fine. Why does every spacecraft need to have 4 wings? I'm confused. It's not that every spacecraft needs 4 wings. It depends on what you're trying to do. If what you're trying to do, your expectation for your vehicle requires 4 wings to do what it needs to do, then it's okay, right? That's how I'm starting to look at it. But I mean, I don't know. What do I know? I'm just some guy on Twitch. I have no idea. Biplane space shuttle. Jack, I will see your biplane space shuttle, and I will raise you toroidal wing entry vehicle. If I can find a picture of it. Where is it? Toroidal wing. Let me see if I can find a picture of the dang thing. Yes, there it is. Toroidal wing. Biplanes? No. Circle wings. Yeah. Now you need to make a biplane shuttle. No, I'm good. Here's a 4-wing shuttle. Ugh, that just looks terrible. Oh no! So, yeah, I mean, where we're at with the house. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a little thing about We have conditional approval, and then we need to get it appraised, and that's basically the last step.
Discovery, go at throttle.
So we're like 90% of the way there. It's been one heck of a ride, dude. That thing was so good. I don't know why people don't do this, Hellfish. There's probably something with loads or whatever. Flying smoke, man. The thing is, guys, we could still do this with MLV. We could do it with MLV. It'd actually probably make landing way more precise. See, the thing is like, I don't think this is a good idea to do in real life. I think that the distances are just too far. The Delta V requirements. Because the Delta V requirements are too crazy, because in Kerbal you need about half of the Delta V that you need to get into space as you do in real life, right? So having this much dry mass hanging off the side, and then also needing like 9 kilometers a second Delta V, that really will penalize you over time. The further you go into space, the more you take the penalty for this dry mass. So it works in KSP. I'm not sure how well that would work in real life. You made this? The Snecma? Oh, that, yeah, the toroidal wing. I put a toroidal wing. Wikipedia does not have an article with this exact name. Oh, that's weird. Didn't like that link. But I know what you're talking about. Oh, it did. Okay, it screwed up the link. Give me 1 second. Just got in. Any house updates if you don't mind sharing. Airbenis, we are in conditional approval. Basically, everybody agrees to the conditions, and we just got to get the money from the bank. And then we're good. Yeah, this thing. Toroidal wing. That's where I got the idea. But EJ, if you get the craft back home, would it even matter how much dry mass is lifted? Oh, sure, Elforce. Yeah, of course. How often are you reusing it? I recall the launch vehicle that was retired about... I mean, you might not know it. I recall a launch vehicle that was retired about 10 years ago, give or take, that carried around an insane amount of dry mass up into space and came back down every time. It was also really freaking expensive. Of course, that really depends. See what I mean? It's all not contractual. Contractual is the bank. It's all about the context of what you're doing, right? The space shuttle is very inefficient if you just look at it as a launch vehicle. It's very inefficient because you're pulling 60 tons of orbiter into space every time. But the needs of the space shuttle, what it was supposed to do, right, was to be reused a lot. And if it was reused a lot and you made a system that could be reused a lot, the amount of dry mass coming down, as you say, doesn't really matter because you get your vehicle back, right? And you can reuse it. But even if you get your vehicle back, if you have to put it in its hangar, take the whole thing apart and put it back together, basically manufacture a new shuttle every time you want to launch the thing. If you're doing that, why not just make an expendable vehicle every time? That's once again, that's what I keep saying about the shuttle. The shuttle is a great design, but in order for the shuttle to really achieve what they wanted, what was originally set out in the stakeholder expectations, they needed to launch it more, not less, and they ended up launching it less. The shuttle at the end of its life, 2009, 2010, 2011, when it was finishing up the space station, was still only launching 3 to 4 times a year. That's about it. It was supposed to launch 24 times a year, right? Shuttle C would have been nice. Yeah, RJ, the thing about Shuttle C was very close to happening. It was a lot closer than you might think. They had mock-ups. This Shuttle C mock-up right here, if we look, this is off of Collect Space. See that? The crazy part about that is that that's a real shuttle. That's a real shuttle tail end. That is the MPTA, the main propulsion test article. So those are real engines in there. That's real engines, and then those are the placeholder ohms pods that they put on the shuttles when they moved them around. If they needed to move the shuttle around and have the tail cone fairing fit, that's a mock-up ohms pod. Enterprise flew with these. Enterprise still has the mock-ups on it. That's a real shuttle. That's a real shuttle tail end. That's the MPTA test article, which is what they did the shuttle green run with. It's literally the back of a space shuttle. It is an exact copy of the back. Like, you could take this piece off and attach it to the back of Atlantis and install all the pieces, and it would work correctly. That's a real shuttle back end, and that's also outside at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, might I add. We need to get that. We need to get that. We need to get that inside. We need to get that inside, and we need to get some junk RS-25s in there. But like I said, RJ, it's a lot closer than you think. NASA really, this vehicle, they started using leftover parts to mock it up, and they did a cost feasibility analysis, right? Cost or feasibility or whatever, and you know what they found, RJ? They found that a Shuttle C launch vehicle would be able to probably put about like 80 to 90 tons into space easily, right? Which is pretty much in line. I think it was like 70 to 80, somewhere around there. But, which is pretty damn good. And considering the Shuttle C could use a different fairing, you could give it a bigger fairing and it wouldn't be a problem. Because you got to remember, the shuttle is designed to create drag. So the shuttle's shape is supposed to make drag because it's a re-entry vehicle, right? When they launch it into space, it's basically brute forcing it into space with SRBs. So as long as you put something on the side of this thing with comparable drag, you could make that work. And a big freaking fairing would have comparable drag because, like I said, the shuttle is designed to create tons of drag, and it does create tons of drag on the way up. It creates so much drag that behind the external tank and the tail end of the shuttle, it actually creates a vacuum, and air actually gets sucked up into that kind of area between the SRBs and the shuttle main engines. Yeah, on the back of the external tank. Hydrogen would pool in there and actually burn the Sophie off the back of the external tank on ascent. Very, very well documented thing. The shuttle in its stack creates tons of drag. So it actually, you could expand this to a much bigger fairing down the road. Like they could have, like it was supposed to fly like this, basically with a fairing that's the size of the payload bay. And then you could have done something like this. That's a Haze Gray video, and that seems to have a crew capsule on it or something. But you could launch with that much bigger fairing right here, like that. This guy. And that would be about the same aerodynamics as the shuttle, oddly enough, because the shuttle does not fly very well. That's on purpose. Right? This is a good idea. And that all you basically need to manufacture is more of those. Not a big deal. The reason why they didn't do this is because this cost-benefit analysis basically stated that it was way too expensive to launch RS-25s in expendable mode. That was the reason why they didn't do it. Like I said, they started moving into prototype hardware, guys. The reason why they didn't do it is because they deemed it was too expensive to shoot RS-25 space shuttle main engines to use them in an expendable capacity. So why didn't they throw the RS-68s in it? When the Shuttle C was designed, Hellfish, RS-68s didn't exist. RS-68s were built for the Delta IV in the 90s. It's an Aerojet Rocketdyne design. Yeah, that was from the EELV program. And now I'm not going to sit here. Somebody already said it in chat. Like, you could have. So here's the thing. Do you know how they said, like, oh, they shot out the idea that SLS is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It's too expensive, blah, 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 blah. And we debunked it, and we figured out that that's a crock of crap, basically, right? We figured out that wasn't real. That was conjecture. It was based off of an opinion of a guy that knows nothing about rocket economics, Guy with an investigative journalistic degree. That's the investigator general. He said, oh, SLS is too expensive. It's not sustainable. Since that stupid investigator general report, I'm very skeptical anytime somebody says anything is not sustainable. Because if it's something that I've learned over time, they said the Apollo program wasn't sustainable, which is bullcrap because they were launching people to the moon after NASA's budget got halved. And the reason why they stopped flying Apollo missions at all was because they wanted to fly more space shuttle missions, or they wanted to divert that money for the space shuttle, which is hilarious to me. I firmly believe that if we just kept using the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B, it probably would have been less expensive than the space shuttle in the long run, because they ended up using the space shuttle like a Saturn V and in a Saturn 1B. They ended up using it as a regular launch vehicle instead of this crazy reusable launch vehicle that it could have been, right? So, imagine if Jim put RS-68s on it. Yeah. So, yeah, Hellfish, I think we know the implication, right? So, they said that about the Shuttle C program, and yet we ended up doing it. So, sustainability is very much an opinion thing. Until you go and do it, right? Until you have some numbers to base your data set off of. And this is what I mean. How do you know it's too expensive? You haven't launched one yet. You have no baseline. You're basing your data off projections of how much it's going to cost, not how much it actually cost, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's like, do you have a crystal ball saying that this is going to be this much for the rest of the time that it launches? No, you do not. There's no way you could predict that and say that with confidence. Yet we have somebody saying this in a testimony to Congress, saying that it's unsustainable. That's hilarious to me. That's really funny. Interesting. And then they said the same thing about the Shuttle C. You know what that tells me? That the Shuttle C was actually probably a good idea, and it's very clear that we can make expendable variants of the RS-25. What tells me there is that there wasn't enough political capital to get something like that done. That's what that tells me. Which is, once again, really funny. That's very interesting, huh?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Avi 2009, 6-month gift subscription, has entered month 2, courtesy of B. Whateley. Hello, new KSP player. Thank you. Calling something unsustainable just sounds like an excuse to can something. Bingo. Yeah, GrabShark. What the conclusion that I'm coming to is that people very much understand it, but there are other reasons here. But yeah, RJ, they canned Shuttle C saying it was too expensive, and then 30 years later, ended up expending RS-25s now, which is really funny to me. Okay. You know another funny thing here while we're at it. This was explored, but this was explored after, hang on, the National Launch Vehicle. This was explored after the NLV concept was explored in the 80s. After they got the shuttle operational, they started looking at basically a shuttle applications program. Or it was National Launch System, not vehicle. So, look at this concept from the NLS. What does that look like? Gee, that looks familiar. Your new MLV looks unsustainable. Well, you know what, man? That's just your opinion. Looks like SLS, doesn't it? They proposed this idea. And honestly, you know what, man? I gotta hand it to, that would have been the smart thing to do. I gotta hand it to Glishko and the Soviets on this one. Buran Energia was genius. That was very smart. Designing one vehicle that's basically a Shuttle C or a shuttle launcher out of the box was very smart. That was a very smart thing to do. I gotta hand it to him. That was genius. We should have done that with the shuttle. If you don't know, Buran and Energia, right? So this is Blizzard and Blizzard and Energy. Energy is the name of this lifter. Buran and Energia. Well, Energia does not need the shuttle. That's just payload. It's just payload. You don't need the shuttle to launch it. They could launch cargo on Energia as well. And they did. It was the first test for the launch vehicle in 1987, where they launched it off the test stand, believe it or not. Energia Polius, I think is what it's called. You could just put a fairing on the side of that thing. No problem. just like Shuttle C. In fact, I think they got the idea of Shuttle C from that. Chuck! Hey, Jay. Have you seen the beautiful Ford I found and put in the general chat of Discord? No, but I'm never gonna shy away from that. Ah, 48. 48, 49 F1. Let me see, Chuck. Oh. Wait. Wait, you're in the UK. So, yo, this person has impeccable taste, if I do say so myself. Linux is lurking. Fun fact, Glishko was born in Odessa. Yeah. Glishko and Korolev, too. Korolev, I don't think Odessa, Kem, but Sergey was from Ukraine, if I'm remembering right. What did they want to do with Buran Energia? Well, with Polius is this thing was a concept for a space laser. Yeah, I'm not making that up. The US bluffed the Soviets into thinking that we were basically making a particle beam weapon. We were making particle beam weapons in space and launching them and using them as a way to eliminate Soviet first strike ability, because these particle beam weapons would just shoot, they would just zap. They would use gyros and they would just zap any nuke that they tried to shoot across the globe, right? And, you know, we said, hey, we have a new weapons technology that removes your first strike ability. And the Soviets went, what? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. And they ended up dumping a bunch of money into defense. And if I'm understanding the economics of this right, they dumped all that money into defense spending to the point where they didn't dump it into food spending. Because you got to remember, in their economy, the government provides the food. You can shift funding from one program to another. But because it's the Soviet Union, in this case, they can do it with food. Or they can do it with cars. Or they can do it with gas. Or they can do it with whatever. Now, don't get me wrong. It's probably more complicated than that. But long story short, they couldn't keep up with the arms race with the U.S. But then again, it's no arms race. Reagan bluffed him. He bluffed Gorbachev, which is ballsy. That's a dangerous game to play. Yeah, that Afghanistan and Chernobyl, just a lot of bad stuff going on all at once. But yeah, going back to architectural design, I think that's smart. And it would have been especially smart to do it out of the box with the space shuttle. And they tried, but yeah, it didn't really work. Because you look at this thing, you don't need to make any modifications to the pad. No pad modifications are required for this. And you have almost Saturn V lift capability from it. The only problem is you're expending stuff. But I still contend to say that would have been a really good idea for putting up. That would have been a really good idea for putting up, I don't know. Let me think. Well, like, if you were using the shuttle, and you guys got to remember, you guys got to put it into context. The context of this is that, the shuttle is going to be launching a lot. It's going to be launching once a week. So why do you need a bigger fairing? Why do you need a heavy launch vehicle if it takes a month to launch this heavy launch vehicle that's shuttle derived, right? And you have this super heavy launch vehicle that takes like 3 months to launch or something because it's not a shuttle, right? It's a little bit different. It's a different variation. What's the point? Why would we need this? You got to remember, Shuttle C was around pre-Challenger. That was pre-STS-51L. And they figured that that's not really a good idea. We're going to launch the shuttle a lot. Why do we need this? Which I don't think that's smart. That's not a smart decision. If it's one thing that I've learned about spaceflight, you hedge your bets. You hedge your bets as much as you can. Does SpaceX need this? No. SpaceX could be super profitable just launching Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy and Dragon. In fact, you could probably make a pretty damn good Earth orbit rendezvous architecture with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy and Dragon and go to the moon that way. You just do it with Earth rendezvous style where you're docking stuff together using Falcon Heavy and stuff. And then Falcon Heavy with its extended fairing Yeah, SpaceX could probably make a damn good living off of that, right? But they, you know, Elon knows that that's not good enough. He knows it's not good enough. You need to go full reuse. So, I mean, NASA had these ideas of, you know, trying to fire on all cylinders, but I'm not sure if it's really complacency, right? Like, it's like, oh, you could say, oh, it's just complacency, you know, it's just complacency. It's just politics. It's just this. It's just this. It's just that. But, you know, the shuttle was supposed to be good enough. Like, why do you need a Spruce Goose if you have a C5, right? But then again, if you had the Spruce Goose before, you know, the Spruce Goose predated the H-4 Hercules, predated the C5 probably by about 20 years. If they had started flying that thing around and started using it in the 40s, maybe it would have developed a better C5 down the road. Who knows? But, you know, if it's one thing that Howard Hughes got right, it was heavy lift capability, or heavy payload capability with airplanes. Like, the Spruce Goose would have worked, and it would have been a good vehicle. You know? Interesting to think about. But yeah, I mean, RJ, they never ended up doing Shuttle C because they deemed it too expensive. But I will contend to say that the shuttle probably should have had this. It should have had this designed with it from the start. But they couldn't do that. They didn't have the money to do it. Because they got hamstrung. It's what I always talk about, dude. It's what I always talk about. NASA, you know, the government said, and the president said, like, look, I need you to develop the most complicated launch vehicle ever made. We need to make something reusable. It's more sustainable. There's that word again. It's more sustainable that way. It'll be more sustainable than the Saturn V. It's more sustainable. That's a more sustainable way of doing things. And NASA said, all right, you want us to design something like that, it's going to cost like $4 or $5 billion to probably engineer out a vehicle. It's going to cost that much. It's going to take, like, I don't know, you give us the money, you could have it done for you probably 5-6 years. And they said, $5 billion? No. You could, no. We think that you could do it for $2 billion. You could do it for $2 billion and you could have it for us in 5 years still, right? NASA's like, no, I literally just said the opposite of that. No, sir, we can't do that. And they're like, yeah, you can. Just make it happen. Just make it happen. Just less is more, right? Less is more. Just make it happen. And NASA went, okay. They basically asked NASA to build them a Ferrari with Toyota Corolla money. And now I'm not saying a Toyota Corolla is a bad car, right? Like, but I throw this around all the time. Like, NASA developed the shuttle for about the same price adjusted for inflation as the Gemini program. True story. Yeah. Think about that for a second. The Gemini program. Think about vehicle complexity there. NASA developed the shuttle for the same price as the Gemini program. Yeah, yes, hip. Look at NASA's funding. I figured this out based off of a paper that was written a little while ago about the total costs of the Apollo program. It's ridiculous. The total cost of the Apollo program, and then I started comparing that to federal budgets of the time. This is something that I did off stream. The Apollo numbers thing I did on stream. And I noticed that, well, the reason why NASA's funding was so high and why it ballooned like crazy in 1966 and 1967 is because NASA was running two space programs. They were running Gemini and the Apollo program at the same time. Overlapping programs, which is basically what you're supposed to do. That's why funding got so ridiculously high. And then by 1968, 1969, 1970, the Gemini program had totally concluded, right? And we had the Apollo program, and then the costs came down. And then in 1970, they were like, no, this is too expensive. Not entirely realizing that the bulk of the money that you spent in 65, 66, 67 was for development, which the Apollo program doesn't need 4% of US GDP to operate. The Apollo program doesn't need that. It needs that for development, to build the damn rocket, because designing the rocket is what takes the longest. Flying the rocket takes 8 minutes. 8 minutes. And, however much fuel you need to operate the rocket for 8 minutes to get up into space, right? And then with the Saturn V, it's going all the way to the moon and back. So that's That's 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of operations. That pales in comparison to the development costs, right? So I started looking at development costs for the Gemini program and the Apollo program because it's hard to see Gemini because it's compounded into the Apollo program with full budget, right? And then I looked at the development of the space shuttle and I'm like, huh. They developed that for the same exact amount of money. Crazy, huh? And you know where that goes? You know what that goes with in my mind? How? How did you do that? How did NASA cook up the space shuttle for the Gemini program's budget? How is that it? Dude, wow. I'm just damn impressed because the shuttle is not simple by any means, right? The shuttle ain't simple by any means. It's not exactly a simple piece of equipment. For a brick, it flies pretty good, right? For what it is, it's pretty damn impressive if I do say so myself. Like, yeah, Chuck, can you imagine? You know, Congress and the president asked for a Ferrari, they gave him Toyota Corolla money, and NASA came back with a Lamborghini. Not as good as a Ferrari, but almost as good. I like Lamborghinis too. So I'm not hating on Lamborghini. This isn't a knock at Lamborghini, okay? Pretty damn good testament to the people that built this thing. Crazy, right? They asked them to build a fighter jet with money for a car. Bingo, Geeson. Yeah, you got it, dude. So you want to make something similar to that? I don't know. Gorbachev was not very smart. Yeah. PY, yeah. Who knew? When you elect people by committee, it doesn't really work too well. Funny story. Show chat the folding wing external tank. Oh, man. And you know what the funny thing is? They ended up saying that the shuttle was unsustainable and too expensive anyway. Can't win, dude. You can't win. Can't win with these people. I do not rent to these kind of people. Yeah, that's right, Maverick. Lamborghini went to Ferrari and said, your car needs better brakes, and Ferrari, in a very classic Italian style, told him to go frick himself. Yep. Yeah, that's what happened. What about Energia 2? Essentially, a shuttle as the first stage with the boosters on the second and payload on top. I would have been very surprised, Nighthound, if Energia 2 ever flew, considering the substantial cost of Energia 1. Uragan was not a bad idea. But, yeah. I'd be very surprised if that thing ended up ever flying. And even the funny thing is, Glushko and the rest of the engineers knew that. So what they ended up doing is they made Energia M, which is not a bad idea either. Energia M is a core stage that's smaller, half the size of the Energia main core stage, right? And it has 2 of the Zenith boosters on the side. There it is right there. And then a single RD-0120 in it. So you had a core stage right here that's half the size, half the diameter, with 2 boosters instead of 4, and a payload fairing up here. And then a single Energia engine right there. Energia M was not a bad idea. They knew that Energia M was too expensive, and I'd be surprised if Energia Uragan ever flew. I don't think it ever would have. I think that's just a paper rocket concept, just like SERV. Everybody knew SERV wasn't going to fly. Everybody knew. Everybody knew that wasn't going to be a thing, right? Does Energia just mean energy? Yeah, it's the Russian word for energy, yes. Energia. And then the Zenit. I forget what Zenit means, to be honest. I don't remember. Yeah, not a bad idea. Fun fact, Energia M is still there. The mock-up for Energia M is sitting in a high bay in Baikonur. Everybody ends up going and looking at the shuttle. right? Nobody ever goes and looks at Energia M. There it is. Not a bad design in itself. Look, it has the same reaction frame on it. It's the same one as Energia, as the Energia lifter itself. I actually think that core stage might be the same diameter. I think it's the same diameter with 2 boosters. If I'm looking at this right now, comparatively to the Zeniths, it looks like the same reaction frame. I said it was half the diameter. I don't think it's half the diameter. I think it's just shortened. Zenith is the Russian word for summit. Oh, okay. Yeah, Cube Gym. Whatever. It is what it is, dude. I mean, this stuff is so far removed that you might as well just clean sheet a design. It hurts to see. I don't like abandoned space hardware. I don't really care whose it is. I've always said that. It hurts to see it like that, but and that ain't even my country's rocket, you know? Like, it still hurts to see it like that. It's annoying. I don't like it, but you know, maybe that'll change in the future. Who knows? Hey, Roro, what's going on? Think of the U.S. tech just sitting and gathering dust. Yeah, something like that, Joe. Something like that. Anyway, so let's get into MLV, shall we? I had the shuttle up because I wanted to show you guys. We did try making a Shuttle C a little while ago, and it does work. Shuttle C does work. Like, I have my shuttle lifter there, and then I'm good just playing some Stellaris. Started a few days ago and having a blast. Stellaris is a good game, Roro. I've never played it, but I know it's a good game. I can just tell by... Actually, you know how I can tell what a good game is if I haven't played it? The amount of people that suggest me play it in chat. If more people suggest me play oh, EJ, you should play this game. That's usually a damn good indicator that it's a good game. Hey, Twisted, what's going on, buddy? Should play Tarkov? I play Tarkov every Monday. Or Tuesday. Nobody cares. You should play Subnautica. Nah, I'm good. You should play Counter-Strike. Be my Rio? No. Bull crap, Twisted. You can be my Rio. See what I did there? Nah, I'm good playing Kerbal today, guys. It's a space day. Yeah, Shuttle C works. It's a good idea. I took this thing one further and tried to make this thing reusable. I remember doing this. Anyway. We were doing some stack testing with the MLV because we're trying to figure out how it's going to attach to its launch pedestal. I can see EJ playing CS and shouting Russian back at the Russians. Chuck, when I play CS, sometimes I shout Russian at Americans because it's funny because they get really confused. Even me with my, like, fraction, like, 1% linguistic skills of freaking Russian, they still get confused. So the rear portion actually flies back. In that design, Cube Gem, yeah, it would have. Mm-hmm. Hey, human, what's going on? I haven't done it much lately. 1%? Sure. What would you think it is, VY? It's not very good, man. I know like 5 words by heart or something. Although somebody was talking, Ilio was talking to me in Russian the other day in chat, and I understood what he said. Without translate. That, dude, yeah, not bad. Not bad. I'm getting back into KSP, making an early game SSTO. How much wing area should I have per mass? I don't know, King. The honest answer to that, dude, is screw around with it and figure out what you need. There's no set answer for that, dude. The real question is, how much do you need to get it back? How much do you need to get it to do what you want it to do? That's how engineering works, man. This is something I'm learning from reading about NASA systems engineering. It's not necessarily that there is some permanent defined criteria. It's very contextual, which is funny. Happy Starliner Day. What's up, WD? Are you going to cover the launch today, dude? If so, you want me to double box some of the footage, dude? See if we can get a thing going? You need to see this. They've done it again. I don't understand what I'm looking at here. They're just moving the car. Anyway. What does the wing area number mean in KSP? I think it's the wing surface area in cubic, or not cubic, square meters, King, if I'm remembering right. So this is what we were working on here. This is my first stage prototype. They copied Red Bull. It's not an exact copy. This looks much more like convergent design. That's funny to me.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty hardcore redesign, huh? Damn, dude. Ghost One, thanks for everything that you do for your community, and congrats on the house. Thanks, guys. Thanks. We went to the bank today, Ghost One, and we put out checks for the, we put out checks for the down payment today. That's what I did. I've been up for a long time, dude. I actually woke up with the time in single digits, if you catch my drift. Like, I woke up before 10. Haven't woken up before 10 in forever. Banana for scale. That's awesome, Phil. Convergent design is when two teams come up with the same solution to problems independently of each other. That's right, Alice. Yep. Alice, what were you saying before when we were talking about Energia? You said something, and I started reading it, but I would have lost my train of thought. I think it's off the screen. Damn. I can read faster than I can talk. My bandwidth for reading is way higher. But yeah. Yeah, what I read sounded right with what you were saying, but yeah, give me a little bit more context. Dude made his own railway and rail cars. He's working on a locomotive now. Cool. See, Flykin, I'm not saying that we'll build a railroad or anything, but that's the kind of stuff that I want to do if we score this garage, to be honest with you. That's the kind of stuff I want to do. Anyway, all right, so let's take a look here. We were doing hold down point test. I was doing tests with the MLV, my medium launch vehicle. I was doing tests to see if we can develop a hold down point system. Because for the people that don't know, if you've never seen me play Kerbal, what I like to do is engineer out the full rocket. I like to build the launch pads and stuff and integrate the vehicle and build my own VAB and put the entire thing together out on the pad. That's been tough to do in the past. But yeah, sometimes that's fun to do, sometimes it's not. But with this vehicle, I really want to make sure we nail it so we actually make it fun. So, have I seen this repost? Understandable. Have a nice day. Oh, that's cool, John. They put a time capsule on CVN 79. Nice. Clearly unsustainable. PY, it's a freaking bunch of clowns, dude. Bunch of clowns at times, man. It gets tiring. It's just like, yep. All right. Anytime something good comes along. Nope. Unsustainable. Okay. Figure you'd like the JFK news. Yep. It was kind of a dumb suggestion, but the wings of the shuttle cause so much drag during liftoff. Would it be at all feasible to have a vehicle with variable geometry? And like an extreme version of an F-14, B-1, or F-111? Sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Alice, you can make folding. You could do a deployable wing. Dream Chaser, which is flying at the early part of next year. Here, Sierra Space is working on something called, it's a little mini shuttle named Dream Chaser, and it has foldable wings. These wings actually fold up and over. The reason why they do that is so it can fit in a payload fairing, because it's what they're launching is the uncrewed version. So, actually, if we go over to Twitter, it does exactly what you're talking about, and they did it for aerodynamic, so it can fit in the fairing. I'll show you. Yeah, that's absolutely possible. It's all about what you're trying to do. Now, you got to remember, with foldable wings, you can see the seam right there. With foldable wings, that's another component that you're adding. It's another component that can go wrong. It's the engineering principle that, you know, I mean, this is more of a civil engineering thing, but anybody can design a spacecraft that can fly and come back down to space. It's really difficult to design a spacecraft that's just barely able to go up and come back down, right? Now, Dream Chaser is going to have its folder wings, which is pretty cool. And the space shuttle could have, but NASA, because they anticipated such a high flight rate from the shuttle, they thought, well, foldable wings are just going to be one more thing that we have to deal with on the ground. So taking that penalty up in space, or taking the penalty of it, you know, of the vehicle not, trying to look for it. They had a nice video of them folding up the wings and whatnot. NASA basically thought that, you know, it's better to run a fixed wing and take the penalty on ascent rather than it is to make a folder wing. The means don't justify the end in that regard. And that's what I mean about engineering being contextual. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Because in some cases, foldable wings make perfect sense. They're doing it on Dream Chaser. They make perfect sense. In other cases, they don't. You know? It really depends on what you're doing. The video you need. Oh, thanks, Hip. Let's just not play KSP at all, then we could save. Yeah. Thanks, Hip. Because wear and tear and maintenance would have cost more than fuel to force the vehicle during ascent. And you know what the funny thing is, Alice? That's exactly the case with the F-14. One of the reasons why they retired the F-14 is because it was a pain in the butt to maintain. Because the swing wings were just another part that could fail. True story. The other true story is that when we stopped flying the F-14 to prevent to prevent bad actors from getting that technology, we scrapped all of them, except for like a couple. It's really annoying, actually. They scrapped the entire fleet because, well, I'll just be candid. They didn't want Iran, who uses F-14s, to get any of those surplus parts, so they scrapped all of them. Yeah, see the wings? Pretty cool, huh? It depends on what you're doing. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. But if you have a cost-plus strategy, more complexity encourage vendors to get paid and not deliver. I don't necessarily think so, Maverick. Should have kept the F-14 until another platform could carry the Phoenix. Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't think that's necessarily the case, Mav. Cost-plus contracts have existed in the past and have worked correctly. Apollo was very much cost-plus. Because how the hell do you know how much it's going to cost to go to the moon? You don't know. Not even projections can accurately predict that because you have no data set. How do you know? Even nowadays, how do you know? How do they know how much SLS is going to cost? That's just a projection. What's that projection based off of? Nothing. You know why? Because we never went to the moon. Well, using a projection as a baseline for your data analysis, or using a hypothesis, an unproven hypothesis for your baseline is not really that good of an idea. How do you know? That's like me saying I could run a 4-minute mile. Have I ever ran a mile? No. How do I know? Well, like if I was in shape, I could probably say it, you know, like maybe if I was in shape, I'm not. You know, you could get a more accurate prediction, but you're never going to know how long of a mile you're going to run. How do you know? There's no way of saying it until you actually do it. You get a much more accurate projection the more you do it. Now, so how does that pertain to cost plus? Well, you don't know how much it's going to cost. But you got to remember, NASA awards contracts. Contracts. Operative word. Okay? Contracts. It's up to NASA to negotiate that contract so they get the best deal. They can't just, let, because how it's been working over the last 10 years is NASA says, oh, we need you to build an SLS core stage. And Boeing goes, all right, when do you need this? And NASA says, maybe sometime in the 2020s. Sometime in the 2020s. And NASA goes, yeah, and we'll give you a cost plus contract, whatever you need. Whatever we need. Okay, so what do you say if you're Boeing? Say it's 2015, right? And NASA comes at you, or 2014, NASA comes at you with an SLS contract, right? And, you're Boeing, and NASA says, okay, we need you to build us a core stage to launch sometime in the 2020s or whatever, right? And Boeing goes, all right. So you want us to build a rocket, you don't know what you want to use that rocket for, and you don't know when you're going to launch it. What do you do as Boeing? Take the absolute worst case scenario, right? The worst case scenario is that the rocket is not going to launch for another 10 years. So what do? You make sure that your pockets get lined for those 10 years because you know that you're not going to engineer a V. That's not going to take that long. So what do? Milk NASA. That's once again, I don't think that's Boeing's problem. I think that's NASA not being able to negotiate correctly. However, that's not what happened. NASA gave Boeing a cost plus contract, and they said, we want you to have this rocket ready in 2017. And Boeing said, all right, fine. And then 2017 came around, and NASA said, where the hell's the rocket? And Boeing's like, we need more money. And then 2020 came around. 2018 came around, right? And Jim said, where's the rocket? And Boeing said, we need more money. And Jim got fed up with it and said, I'm going to go in here myself, and we're going to figure out ways to keep the cost down because that's bullcrap. That's why I like Jim so much. He held their feet to the fire. So, what does that mean? That means that cost plus contracts aren't necessarily a bad thing. You need to have accountability with it. Deadlines, milestones. You need to have a significant IMS, which is called an integrated master schedule. You have to have a good IMS. You have to have a good stakeholder expectation, which is your deadline, or which is your goals. And then you have to have a realistic deadline to enforce stakeholder goals, right? And how do you do that? Well, you base it off of prior programs. Look at the shuttle program. Look at the Apollo program. What do you think is a reasonable time frame to do this, with the right cost? But at the end of the day, you can have all those projections, but you're not going to know how much it costs until you go and actually do it. That's why cost plus exists. If you're developing new hardware, it makes sense. It's a good idea. Money, please. The biggest problem that NASA's had since Constellation got axed, the biggest problem that they have is that they bent over backwards for contractors. And they bent over backwards because this is what Spuds was talking about. They bent over backwards because there was no accountability. No accountability, no dates, no deadlines, no realistic goal to push towards. Interesting, right? I don't think it's entirely Boeing's fault either. As much as people like dumping on Boeing, they're still 5 years late for a rocket. But at the same time, if you don't give them the tools that they need to succeed and you don't come up with a good plan, how are they going to succeed? Right? How are you going to succeed? If you're not given the tools that you need to get this rocket flying in 2017, if NASA isn't given the right funding for it, even with cost plus,
Discovery, go at
you're basically going to have to wait to fix problems, which is that's the big one with SLS. It has an IV drip of constant funding. They've been just saying, all right, SLS gets $2 billion. Well, why does SLS get $2 billion? Well, because it needs it. Some years it might not. Other years it might. They've been just constantly flatlining SLS's budget over the last 10 years. Not the last 10 years, over the last 8 years. Flatlining budgets doesn't work like that. Flatlining budgets is a good way to kill a program. They flatlined Constellation's budget for 2 years and it killed the program. True story. Flatlining a budget on a space program is not a good idea. The only time when flatlining a budget is okay, basically saying this is the amount of money you get, and then just leaving it like that, is after you've entered the operational scenario. So after you start flying, after all the development is done, after all the prototyping is done. But and you have an operational vehicle. But the thing is that after you have an operational vehicle, that's when you should switch to fixed firm pricing for a block buy to keep the costs down. Right? That's when you buy in bulk, once you prove that the vehicle works. Which is, if my finger's on the pulse correctly, I think that is exactly what NASA's going to do. I think Bill's gearing up for a block buy after Artemis 1. And it really depends on how Artemis 1 performs. Steiner, 18-month resub. If that makes any sense, fellas. Everybody following? If you just want me to shut up and play KSP, I will. I know people are going to be like, yes, please. Please make KSP. Like, I know this is boring stuff, dudes, but it's important to understand. Cost plus isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's all about doing the right thing at the right time. You know? Why has SLS taken so long yet? Because they flatlined the budget through development, Ryan. So how do these hold downs work? Well, Hillness, I have an umbilical here for fueling, and the umbilical is actually on a robotic. And it's attached to a docking port. But the funny thing is about the umbilical is that it's not structural. Umbilicals shouldn't be structural, right? That's a mistake that I made with Condor, Freedom. We had this be structural. This is well, actually not Freedom. With Condor, this is holding something up. No. How these work is the RCS, a Kraken bearing with same vessel collision, is actually holding the thing up. But it is jostling around. The reason why it's jostling around a little bit is because the catch for the hold down point is a spherical collider, and then the pin for the hold down point is also a spherical collider. So we have two balls kind of just trying to slide off, right? Because we have a cone. It's basically being held up on not on a cone, on a sphere. But when you fully fuel up the rocket, the good thing about these things is that if you use a physics-less part for a hold down point, it doesn't drift around. They don't drift around. Why do they not drift around? They're physics-less parts. EJ didn't see my joke on follow. Johan Tenenbaum, 11-month resub. Thanks, man. They do store P, yes. Nice explosive bolts you got there. Yep. Just launched the rockets, funny man. Yeah, so Ryan, the reason why SLS has taken so long is because they flatlined the budget. Oh boy. See? The balls are not happy. We should probably come... See, the other day we started messing with hold down points, right? We started messing with these things and we tried a bunch of different designs. And the interesting thing is that this was the strongest one. It's probably because this hinge is engineered. We engineered the hinge correctly. But check this out, guys. I'm loading in 240 tons of fuel into this thing, and it's only held up by 4 RCS balls, and it's actually holding the stupid thing, which is pretty impressive. All right, cubic octags, physics-less parts. Yep, most of the science equipment in KSP, thermometers, barometers, antennas, those are all physics-less parts. Cubic octags, cubic octagonal strut, cubic octagonal structural piece, that's physics-less. RCS parts are physics-less. Turns out that holding something up with physics-less parts makes it pretty impervious to, well, physics. Except when that happens. See, the rocking got... that didn't happen before when we did this the other day. What happened here? What happened here? So at 336, too hot thermometer collided into REI5 skipper. Too hot thermometer collided into AAF1 stream. Place anywhere 7 linear RCS port collided into airstream. We broke a hold down point that time. Rocking back and forth broke the hold down. That's interesting because that's new behavior. That thing held up. 2 days ago. It held up fine, even with the rocking. It seems like the rocking around the Christmas tree didn't like that. Could SLS flown in 2017 if they had funded it properly? Yes. Bro, you're physics list. Have a happy holiday. So this, what we could do is call for a vehicle stabilizer. A vehicle stabilizer could work. I wish I was physicsless. All right. So you wish you were a brick? Well, bricks are physical. I don't know. What do you mean? I'm confused. Can you make a larger version of the thermal hold down bearings? The thermal hold down, herd downs like with the bearings you created? It's possible. You're physicsless though. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Let me put in a VSS just to see. So I'm going to take a solid rocket booster. Solid rocket booter. I'm going to take all the fuel out of the SRB. Booter. And I'm going to put this... Let's just put this over here. And put a high collision impact part on it that's touching the ground. We can run away and go play the kazoo. We can run away and go play the kazoo till the end of the night. No, not the Venturas, you dope. Different thing. Vehicle stabilization system. Wait a minute. Who are you? So I want to see, the first thing we got to do is like, okay, so these ports right here are the strongest ports. This is this is the strongest physical part that I've been able to kind of come up with. But yeah, there is a rocking problem. So I'm thinking if I have some kind of stability mechanism up here or stabilizer hold down, that it could work. You know, as long as we keep this thing from rocking back and forth, it should be okay. Okay, like that should be something that would be useful to us here. Now, what I'm gonna do is more rings for stability. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go up here like this. We're going to go minus 45. Or just positive 45. So positive 45 is the end right there. And then we're just going to take this. Right, I'm just going to put this here like this, and then we're going to... Just going to make a holder for this for the most part. Now, what would be an easy way to make a holder? Let's just put this out like this so we can see it a little bit better. Hey, drummer. I just want to add this I-beam here, and then I want to make sure that it's centered. So I'm going to put some holder pieces in here. So what we're going to do is something like this. Get me into radial symmetry, 6x radial, right? And then let's just do something. Literally something like that. All right, now that shows me basically perfectly symmetrical 6x symmetry, right? So it should just be as simple as auto strutting these parts into position, or not auto strut, you just place them into position. And this should give me the exact spot. And if I use absolute, these all should just find the same spot. And if they don't, we could give them the clamps. It's fine. Okay, now that I have that, take those pieces out, right? And then what I'm going to do is set these parts with same vessel collision. And then we'll switch them to dark so we can see them. EJ, just as a side question, I see Starship videos have the booster coming straight down to the tower for the chopsticks to grab it, but you showed us a possible sideways slide-in approach. Is it feasible or is it too complicated?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think they can catch the booster, Kuro. If you want my honest opinion, I think they'll catch it. So now, yeah, I think they can catch it just fine. Personal opinion, though. So we're gonna go in here like this. I think it'll be fine, John. I think NASA is up Boeing's rear end. They're up Boeing's rear end so much that, yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be all right. All right. VSS arms. Funny. Yeah, something like that, dude. So this one value set 0, so minus 45. And this one is 45, 290. So cool. Bad idea to have the arms actually dock. All I need to do is physically hold it in place, hip. We could have them dock if we were really worried about it. And honestly, I built this quick. That's quick and dirty. The reason why I did is because I just want to see if the rocking is what caused that problem. I think it is, but I want to be absolutely sure. Hey, Ozzy. What's going on, buddy? There are people on board this time, so they can take control when the computer goes AWOL. No, this is uncrewed. But they're gonna basically go through all the motions like it is. Do you think SpaceX has more advanced guidance systems than other rocket companies, or do you think they just applied rocket guidance to be able to land a booster? Okay, RJ, that's a good question. But if... okay, so if you ask that question with guidance systems, all right? Replace that with addition, like math, like addition. Do you think that SpaceX has more advanced addition systems than other rocket companies do, or do you think they applied a rocket addition to be able to land a booster? It doesn't really make sense, right? That doesn't make a whole lick of sense, right? Why you gotta hit the English button. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Guidance systems, and that's what I mean. Like, so why did you choose addition? Well, that depends. You know, if 2 + 2 works for ULA, you know, in their guidance systems on their expendable launch vehicles, 2 + 2 is not going to work for SpaceX. It's not linear. You know what I mean? And that, once again, contextual. It's a contextual question. It really, really depends on what you're doing. Now, I think that SpaceX has done a lot of prototyping with guidance systems with Falcon 9, doing booster landings and stuff. And I think that their trajectory optimization is just as good as anybody else's in the industry. But believe it or not, I think ULA is pretty damn accurate with what they do. Because, well, they have a lot of experience in it, as you said. But it really depends. Like, are we talking about being able to insert something into orbit? I think ULA is more precise with that. But that's not necessarily because of guidance systems. It's maybe because more likely because Falcon 9's second stage is Carolox and has 900 kilonewtons of thrust with that M1D vac. ULA has a RL-10 with Centaur 3 and RL-10 C1 with Centaur 3, or at least I think it's a C1. And that is a much more precise insertion system simply because the motor has less thrust. Very easy to throttle an RL-10, and on top of that, you don't have 900 kilonewtons of thrust, you have 100. So it's very easy to do pinpoint insertion with it. But I'd say, does SpaceX have more advanced guidance systems? Does SpaceX have more advanced guidance systems, like when it comes to landing things? Yeah. Absolutely. It really depends. What's your guidance system trying to do? What's the comparable metric? The only comparable metric would be how precise your orbital insertion is, and they're both pretty comparable in that regard. Because that's something that both ULA and SpaceX do. They both launch things into space. Homing Pigeon, you got pictures for me? Alright, let's try something. Let's undock. News from Boca Chica is that SpaceX is doing 6+ minute burns for RVAX. Cool. Alright. If this thing docks and the VSS holds this thing in place, I'll be very impressed. See that? See that drifting around? It didn't like that. I tried to redock the rocket. That rocket was just held in place physically. It wasn't docked to anything. The whole first stage was just sitting in its cradle on these hold down points. And while it was pretty precise, there was some snap docking going on there. I know because the VSS did, it warped inside. It went inside of the rocket cradle. You see that? So do you think that Boeing has done good with the funding they have been given for SLS? They've done okay. Once again, Boeing isn't completely not at fault. NASA and Boeing are both at fault, and Congress. It's cascading. One compounds on the other, and yeah, that is a problem. Yeah, see, it did not like that. Something was out of whack there with that umbilical. Yeah, Hillness, the reason why they're inside of the fairing is because when this umbilical moved back into position, it didn't, the docking port got close, it didn't get exact, and it shored up the docking ports. And when it shored up the docking ports, it looks like it went too far forward, and then the docking ports got shored up, and the vehicle twisted a little bit, and that's why it moved. That's why the whole spacecraft did, or the whole rocket did that. See what I'm doing right there? It did that. Because we were not aligned, which means the hold down points didn't hold it down exactly right. And this is why I wanted to mess with this VSS. Or why I wanted to put the VSS in. Because now it comes into what problem are we trying to solve? What are we trying to solve here? Does the VSS hold the rocket in position? Sure. Yeah, of course it does. It's pretty good at it. It held it in position. It did okay. Right? Did alright. But I undocked and redocked this thing, and when I did, it bent everything out of shape. Why? Well, it bent everything out of shape because of docking vessel hierarchy. But you got to remember, docking vessel hierarchy, when if we go to make a pad and whatnot, is going to favor the launch vehicle, isn't it? Got to be careful. Hey, Hein, what's going on? Could more hold downs help? Hip. Yeah, it could, but I don't think that's the problem that we're trying to solve. And that, well, I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know if that's the problem we're trying to solve here. So what I'm going to do with this next test, right? Here's a screenshot of the tie-down test using 4-2 hots to small strut. Worked well. Well, 6-2 started to wobble after that. Okay. So, homing pigeon, this is a cubic octag. One cubic octag that's attached to this piece, right? And then down here you have a cubic octag with 8 thermometers holding it in position. And that was my knee. Am I looking at that right? Yeah, okay. So you said it took 6 G's of force, and how many tons is this? How much mass is that part? I forget. All right, so let's hit 1. All right, now what I'm gonna do? It was full, not sure. Okay. Because, all right, so fellas, we got to remember, why am I worried about reattaching the umbilical and stuff? Well, if we want to put the rocket back up onto the pad, I have to figure out a way for it to dock. It has to dock in some way, right? Or else I won't be able to fill it back up with fuel. We have to dock it to the pad at some point. That's why I'm worried about this. But what I'm trying to figure out is why that rocking happens. Is it happening specifically because of the hold down point? And if it is, well, building a vehicle stabilization system is just covering up, in this case, even though it does work, that's just covering up for the fact that our hold down systems are inadequate. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's control from here and see if there's any deviation. So we're at 89.990.6, right? Did you hear that Arma Reforger being released the other day? Huge step up for Armor 3. No, I haven't heard. Somebody told me about it, Jack, but I haven't looked into it. Sorry, that was a little bit late response on my part. We're basically stacking marbles on marbles, Homing Pigeon. Yeah, in a flat point is favorable, but the reason why I'm asking what the weight of that part is, dude, is because even at 6 times the weight, if that thing weighs like 1 ton, so now it weighs 6 tons. So you prove that your hold down points are stable up to 6 tons. We're holding 260 here. See what I'm talking about? In your testing criteria that you had there, if I'm looking at that right, these bearings would have been perfect as well. We have to make sure we're designing the right part for the load. And as much as I hate admitting it, I don't think that these are the right solution. These might not be exactly the right solution. I think we need to redesign these. However, I also want to prove that, though. I don't want to just be like, nah, I don't think they're good enough, and I think it's happening because they're rocking on top of each other. Let's prove it. Then we know for sure. That isn't how scaling G's works. G's is much more weight. Can you enlighten me? What do you mean that's not how that works? If you have 6 times the gravitational acceleration, you're 6 times the weight. Am I stupid? I'm confused. What? Weight does scale linearly with acceleration in a static system. Yeah, did I miss something? Okay, the VSS is open. Yeah, see? The YPR rates are... Oh dear. Yeah. Alright, that pretty conclusively proves what I'm thinking about. Remember, weight is also the effect of gravity on a map. Well, since we're testing with gravitational acceleration, Alice, like i.e. a ground test, yes, you're absolutely right. You know, weight is just force being applied to a mass. That's it. Weight, because weight is a force. Force equals mass times acceleration. It's Newton. Smart. Alright, now I want to check something. Let's undock it. So, okay, something that I noticed here. The points sag under weight. See the difference between the docking ports here? They're not entirely docked, which means these points are getting crushed. And usually something that wiggles around like that, the high frequency vibrations that you see, because Kerbal has nothing to show you when a part is getting crushed. There's no, Kerbal doesn't have like soft body meshes like BeamNG does, for instance. That right there is behavior that shows that that docking port, if this was Beam or something, that RCS ball would be just flat as a pancake. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's Kerbal's way of telling you that this would be totally wrecked. And I'm going to go ahead and bet here. I'm going to go ahead and bet here that if I try to redock this thing, it will explode. I saw it jump around. We're still sitting in the slings for the hold down points. What about up here? Anything phase? No. Wow, nothing phased. So I noticed something here. Those docking ports, they did redock, which means something snapped into position. And if I saw that right, I'm going to go ahead and guess that the rocket snapped into position with the docking ports and then weight was reapplied because physics unloads during docking. Kerbal stops doing physics for a second, connects the two vehicles, and then resimulates the physics really fast. That's why sometimes when you dock two things together on the ground, it breaks. Because if something's under load, that means it's going to snap up into the position that it would be with no gravity, and then gravity gets reapplied because it's called physics easing. They dial the gravity back in. You'll see a window up here that says physics easing in process. And now look, because the vehicle snapped into position, look what's going on now. Everything moved. See all this? These hold down points need to be strong enough. They need to be strong enough to basically have this not happen. You see this phenomenon right there? That right there, stuff bending and being crushed under load, is the problem I had with the SSDO pad. That right there, that phenomenon is why the SSDO pad exploded. Because parts got crushed under the 1,500 ton load of the SSDO being fully fueled. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. How about we test and see what the capacity is? Might be worth it. Of course. So how will you fix this? Well, that's the question, Merkers. You know, the question was, what am I trying to solve? Well, I'm trying to solve basically part compression from happening. I think we're onto something with physicsless parts. Physicsless parts don't drift because they're physicsless by definition. The properties here are applied to the fairing, which means if we actually crush these things, the fairing is going to explode. I think or maybe it's not the fairing. It'll send basically a shock load up through the stack, and the first part where the shock load force exceeds impact tolerance, it'll blow up. And I think that's this tank, because I've been seeing behavior when something gets blown up down here that the tank that has the A, B, C, and D written on it, that's the first part that explodes. So because Kerbal doesn't model crushing physics correctly, right, because there's no soft body meshes like in Beam, all it's going to do is apply the force up the stack and find the weakest part. If that Kraken strike reverberates through the stack, it'll find the first part where the force of the Kraken strike exceeds the impact tolerance on it and blow it up. And that's why this tank keeps exploding. Every time I've crashed this thing into the ground, This is the first part that always breaks. So the energy from, say, this thing like hitting the ground, for instance, is being absorbed by that tank in the hierarchy. That's our crush core. That's the case with real rockets, too, which is kind of funny. The tank is the weak part. Comparatively to the engine section, that's the weak part. If a rocket hits the ground and crashes, the tanks usually crunch, and they usually crumble and explode. Look at the footage of Falcon 9 crashing. It shows you exactly what I'm talking about. The tank has a force applied to it of hitting the ground, and that scrunches the tank, and the tank has a smaller volume with the same amount of pressure inside, and it pops like a balloon. Hey, Ren, what's going on? What if an update patch adds physics to a previously physics-less object? Well, then my entire design gets thrown out the window, Maverick. It's happened before. But they changed docking port hierarchy in the past, which is why I abandoned my shuttle project. I abandoned the shuttle project because I was designing it for the docking port logic to work in a certain way, and they changed it when the robotics came out, and I didn't feel like going back and fixing stuff that had taken me months to engineer. My shuttle program was like 70% of the way there after 6 months of engineering, and I said, I don't feel like sitting here for another 6 months re-engineering every single piece. How do you tilt your camera like that? Hold down the middle mouse button. Middle mouse button will move your camera around. It pans the camera. Yeah, I mean, KSP has this QOL because, one, KSP is an old game at this point, dude. How games are implemented now are way different than how they were implemented in 2011, right? The second part of that is Kerbal was made by 3 dudes in their basement originally. Well, Felipe, Moo, and Chad. Felipe, Mike, and Chad at the time. And yes, made by a bunch of dude. This was an indie game through and through. I haven't even asked, why develop hacked hold down points instead of reusing the docking port decouple method? This is stronger. Stronger, bigger vehicles, better scalability. Docking ports don't work when your vehicle weighs 800 tons. And you got to remember, this is the medium-duty launch vehicle. Right? It's the medium-duty launch vehicle. I'm going to need a much bigger vehicle if I want to do what Project Ares is supposed to do. Right? We need a much heavier launch vehicle. So, alright. All the tanks have physics out of them. Or fuel out of them. Right? And let's do a time warp, see what it does. Yeah, see? See? We're getting some bending here. We got some bending. Look when I time warp. Watch what happens. See the engines go up inside of the fairing, and then when we unload physics and reload it, the whole vehicle jumps. Watch it again. See it? See it jumps around? That means something is not lined up. In this particular case, that does not line up. Why does it not line up? Well, watch. If I undock it, well, here's another problem. It's lining up now, but I'll bet you that won't line up again because when we loaded up physics with this thing, when we redocked it, when it was fully fueled, it bent that docking port. We can know for sure because that's at 89.9. What's the control point feed here? Because that docking port is exactly 90 degrees off that inside of the SPH. It's exact. Look at it now. It's 0.2 degrees radian off, and the heading is 83.1, which means it's bent this way and also bent this way slightly. That docking port got bent because the vehicle was pushing down on the hold down points and causing a torsional load. How do I know it's torsional? Heading and roll rate. Look at that. That docking port, look at it now. It's bent slightly in favor this way. It's bending that way, down that way, and then a little bit forward as well. So this docking port is bent a little ways in this favor, and it's bent a little ways in this favor. This is why I don't use the docking port method anymore, or I don't want to. I'm trying to get away from it, Homing Pigeon, because the old pad had just a regular docking port. And I know this docking port is attached to a robotic piece, and the robotic piece probably drifted as well, if you really want to know. Right? It probably drifted a little bit. Let's look at it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's bent. It's bent this way. It's bent with the docking port in one way or the other. These physical parts are hard to use a structural connection with, right? It's hard to put structure through these because they bend, because they're physics parts. They'll bend under load. These parts don't bend under load. So in this case, my attachment mechanism, and as with the Freedom rockets, when I use a boat tail fairing to just basically attach to the rim of this thing, it worked. But if I had to undock and redock, or every time I put a new stage in here, I'd bend this docking port, even though it was static, I'd bend it out of position a little bit. That means after the pad got reused a certain amount of times, this wouldn't line up anymore. And worst case scenario, it would, because we're docking something that's bent to a rocket that's true, and we dock first stage 2 pad, not pad 2 first stage, it could bend the rocket out of alignment too. That's part of the reason why sometimes when we put the Freedom rocket together, we had some alignment problems. Now, don't get me wrong, a VSS could fix this. The VSS could fix that problem. But is the VSS really fixing the problem, or is it a Band-Aid? Think about it. Is it a Band-Aid or not? These docking ports are getting bent out of shape down here. The VSS is just designed to hold the vehicle in one place. Even if we bent this thing down here, when I go to reconnect it, watch. Let's go down here. Take a look. This docking port, that clampatron, we control from here, that should be pitch 0. It should be pitch 0, but it's not. It's bent down. It's bent that way. This way. It's bending downwards in this direction. You can tell because of the pitch. Now it doesn't have any roll, which is good, which means that it like kind of bent itself back into position, but heading is still 90.5. What's the heading on the vehicle? See? 89.6. When we started and put this test out there, that was at 89.8. It's drifting with the same freaking stage in the same hold down points. Now, we know that the hold down points aren't changing, but we know it's riding around inside of the hold down points. See how some of the RCS ball is moving around right there? We know it's basically riding around inside of that cup. And that is a problem. But look at the docking port now. Look at that. That's not good. See that? That's Kraken strikes. See that? That's Kraken bait. Have you seen the proposal from the Railroad Online devs for a new second map? That is very different than the one I've seen in the past. The Tahoe map. I've never seen this one before, Ian, but I like it.
Discovery.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go OFT2. I'm pretty happy, Ian, but they're promising a lot. Let's see if they can get it done. Now, I guarantee you, if I remove the VSS, this thing will start riding around. Oh, yeah. Yep. Look at the rocking. So, the interesting thing about this, guys, this happens in real life. Oh, yeah. Oh, it happens in real life. Absolutely. See it rocking back and forth? Did anybody watch that Starlink footage from yesterday? Check this out. This happens. This is something that, and this is what I mean. Kerbal's physics simulation isn't as bad as people think it is. Starlink mission, Starlink mission, Starlink mission, Starlink mission. Watch this. Okay. Watch. Watch it when they switch to that camera right there and they're looking down at the rocket. Watch Falcon 9.
Arms just below the fairing, opening up. Those clamp arms are attached to the transporter erector, that structure next to the vehicle. And it looks like the clamp arms have completed.
Look at Falcon 9.
So we should see
Watch the fairing
transporter
comparatively to the
erector
horizon behind it.
start to move, and then
Look.
you can see it on your screen. It's slow and slight,
That
but
happens.
the transporter erector is now moving away from the vehicle, just
Crazy,
slightly.
right?
And
Look at it. The whole thing is moving back and forth. That riding around does happen in real life because parts bend. Metal parts bend.
As Falcon 9 lifts off,
And in that case, Kerbal's actually pretty damn accurate because parts do bend. Do you see that thing moving around? Look at it. Look at the entire. That's an entire Falcon 9 fully fueled. Just see, you know, other folks would look at that and say, "Oh, Kerbal, it's the Kraken. It's the Kraken. It's terrible." That absolutely happens in real life. It happens a little bit. Yeah, just that rocking around does happen because, well, metal bends. It happens. The key is and here's the other, this is the other question that we need to ask. And guys, the reason why I'm so obsessed with these hold down points is because the hold down points are what screwed me last time. That's what screwed me with the SSTO. I relied on auto struts to hold the whole SSTO in position. And even with a bunch of auto struts on the SSTO to kind of hold it up, it was still too much and it crushed my docking plate flange and the whole vehicle blew up on the pad. Because Kerbal I didn't have something that was strong enough to be able to hold that thing up. It just crushed
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, we gifted a sub to Vertex. KSP is as real as it gets. Serious business, man. Serious business. So I guess the gimbal corrects for takeoff from a slight angle just after launch. They probably dial in a little bit of gimbal. Sure, absolutely. The vehicle has to bend a little bit. How would you be able to lift off if it wasn't able to give a little bit if it's windy? Guys, I'm telling you, it's hard to see, but the whole vehicle is doing this to an extent on the way up. Have you ever had this happen with a rocket in KSP where it has lateral pogo oscillations? That happens. That happens to real vehicles. That was a problem on the Saturn V. Now, those lateral oscillations or transverse pogo is different than axial or longitudinal pogo. They had both of those problems with the Saturn V. That was one of the reasons why Apollo 6 almost failed. You know, Apollo 4 and Apollo 6 were ballsy missions. They were that close to not working. Now I go to Minmus. Right on. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that, you know, even now, myself included, we still write off the Kraken sometimes, but this is absolutely what happens in real life. It's pretty damn close. The only thing that KSP gets wrong is it doesn't have crushing physics. Instead of crushing a part, it just jitters around. But, see, these parts are under load. So, that's the big question. What are we trying to solve? Stronger hold down points. Look at that docking port. That docking port's not supposed to be like that. Let's see what happens when we undock. Oh yeah, look at it rock around now. It didn't like that. And now I guarantee you, let's back this thing out again. Ready? Whoop. Let's back it out again and see where this docking port is facing. 88.4, 72.8 with a roll rate of 17, or not a roll rate, a roll degree of 17.5. It bent that docking port. It bent my umbilical out of whack. See that? Now we know that stuff is bending here. But the thing is that the way I talk about this sometimes, I talk about it like bending is not good. Bending isn't realistic. No, metal fatigue happens in real life. What happens if you have a can like this, a soda can, and you do this? It fatigues over time through load cycling, right? Kerbal actually models that pretty damn well. That's right. The key is finding out the factor of finding out what's good enough. What's good enough for me? Because this part is going to bend. There's really no getting around it. What I want it to do is bend the least. Because the less that this part bends, right? The lesser that it bends, the more I can reuse my pad. And the less likely I am to have a failure on the pad if we try to go and redock something. That's what I mean. What are you trying to do? See, look, doesn't even dock anymore. See? It bent completely out of shape. See that? Totally out of whack. That thing is totally out of spec now. See what I mean? This is the stuff that causes Kraken strikes. That phenomenon right there is why the SSTO blew up. That's why it failed. Because I didn't engineer the hold down good enough. Even if let's see what happens actually when I pull the VSS back into position. Let's see if it'll line up the rocket. Nope. Now we're just completely broken. The whole rocket's twisted. Or actually, the rocket, I think, is still true. This thing drifted to the left. See that? The whole thing is shot out of whack to one side. Crazy, right? That's Kerbal. That's what happens. And the crazy thing is that's what happens in real life. Stuff like this happens all the time with pads. Oh yeah, stuff bends out of whack. It's a launch pad after all. It's almost like, you know, the physics that this thing goes through right around here, this point right here, gets a little crazy. You know, when the big explosion factory goes off and your pad goes from having 1,000 tons of weight on it to having 0 real quick, and the whole thing decompresses. That will fatigue the metal over time, just like breaking off a tab on a soda can. Hey, Funny Man, 38-month resub. Thank you. See, that's interesting. That's very, very, very interesting stuff. So would it be ideal to put the load on a structural part and not the docking ports? Bingo, or done. And my solution here is to use a physics-less part. Why? Physics-less parts don't fatigue as much. They don't bend. If you notice in this particular scenario, the rocket is still pretty damn aligned. What's our control point here? Let's switch to the vehicle. Control from here. 89.7. That's still that. And here, let's see what happens when we undo the VSS. Where does that go? Does it change at all? 89.7. Now we're still, look, there's still some physics being imparted on the vehicle. There's some roll rates. Pitch yaw roll rates being applied. So if I jam on the SAS, you can see the rates here. You can see that it's not seated correctly. And that, once again, I think that's from our hold down point design. What's interesting though is that we've docked and undocked and docked and undocked and docked and undocked and docked and undocked. And now it works. The vehicle is still in the exact same spot. It's pretty damn close. This thing is all bent out of shape. Got to change that. But, like I said, what problem are we trying to solve? Is that thing bent out of shape because of the vehicle rocking back and forth? Well, the answer, I think we've proven pretty conclusively that yes, that's exactly why this part is bending out of shape. That's exactly why. Because our hold down points aren't good enough. So, like I said, I wanted to prove that, dudes. I wanted to prove it. These hold down points are good. The Kraken bearing and the same vessel collision stuff works great. But I wanted to prove it. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. This is called developmental analysis in spaceflight. This is very, 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 very important. This is the stuff you got to do your homework. You have to make sure this is right. Because if it's not right, then you're going to run into problems down the road. I'll give you a good example. And if you run into problems down the road, your space program gets more expensive in Kerbal and in real life. They attached all the tiles to the shuttle in Palmdale, California, where it's not humid. And then when they flew the shuttle to Florida and brought it into the hangar, all the tiles fell off. True story. Why'd the tiles fall off? The tiles fell off because the humidity, the tiles were absorbing moisture from Florida's humid atmosphere. With anybody that lives in Florida, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The tiles were absorbing the humidity from Florida's atmosphere, and because they were absorbing so much moisture, that moisture is a solvent to the adhesive that they used to put the tiles on in the first place. It basically washed all the glue off. All the tiles fell off. Yeah, the solution here, the field fix, and it turned out to be a quick fix, and it worked, was to literally paint the shuttle before you put the glue on, paint it with Thompson's water seal. True story. If you wanted to replace a tile, you want to replace these tiles, Go down to the Home Depot, get some deck sealer, put some deck sealer down on the aluminum skin of the shuttle, then put the glue, then put the tile, because the deck sealer pushed the water away. True story. That's exactly what they did. I have that on first hand from a tile engineer. Yeah, that worked on the shuttle program. Crazy, right? Also space fan. Yep. Would a flexible umbilical help us because it would reduce the load imparted due to the wobbling? Yeah, of course, 62. But what problem are we trying... That's what I mean. It goes back. What problem are we trying to solve? The reason that thing is... Adding a bendy umbilical is us basically saying that the hold down points aren't engineered correctly and it's fine. We'll figure out a fix for it. Instead of addressing the problem directly and re-engineering our hold downs. That's what we have to do. More on space shuttle tiles. You said moron. Oh yeah, the kiln. Isn't that crazy? Tiles can blow freaking red hot. So, all right, let's re-engineer. So, homing, we'll try cupping these things with a cubic octag. Okay? So I'm gonna take one of these. I think I proved it pretty damn conclusively that the problem with this is the hold downs. We have a spherical collider, so that collider is basically a tennis ball, right? A really hard tennis ball because it can hold up 250 tons, which is great. Strong physics-less parts, that's good. But it's riding on another tennis ball that's basically the stop for the hold down point. So we have a marble on top of another marble here, and it's riding around because it's doing this. It's trying to fall off the marble. So Homing Pigeon and I thought up the other day that if we just use a cubic octag instead, right? We just use a cubic octag to hold that in place. It's flat, and that won't ride around as much. So let's go with the easiest solution here. Let's make sure that those are exactly true, and then move them up into position like this. And then get them exactly aligned. Interesting. Those are off center. No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Those things aren't on the center line, Homing. You see that? You guys see this? This is a sub-assembled part from another save. Look at the thermometers. They're not aligned. They're not on the center line of the port. What's the purpose? This is a cup, Roro. It's literally a cup. It's a cup that you could put another RCS ball in, and you can use it as a hinge. It's a mechanical hinge. Or in this case, it's a hold down point. Why is cold spelled backwards? That's not aligned. Wow, that might be the problem, guys. Yeah, that might be the issue. Now, see, I found a variable. I know that isn't on the center line. If these things are slightly off-centered, which they are, that means it's going to be easier for it to ride around because the cylindric part of the cup is not directly on the RCS ball. That'll force the RCS ball to the side. Damn it. Yeah, Homing, I gotta prove it though. I think you're right, but we have to prove it. Not we have to. I want to prove it. I want to be sure that it's, you know, RCS ball riding on RCS ball. If those aren't centered, of course it's going to ride around. They're not centered. And they absolutely aren't. Let me just make sure. Absolute snap. Yeah, they're not aligned. That is not on the center line of that RCS ball. Unless these... Is that thing snapped to absolute? Is this one snapped to absolute? Oh, okay. They are. Okay. They weren't... It's the octag and the RCS ball. Those weren't aligned. That's the problem. So, okay. Our testing is still good. See? That's what I mean. The fact that we went and made sure, that's covering our bases. That's a good idea. So what are you doing here? Making its pad. I just explained it a second ago, dude. Yeah. The short answer is that I'm making sure the pad is strong enough to hold up the rocket because the SSTO program's pad was not strong enough to hold up the rocket, and I didn't take that into account, and that's what ended up dooming the program. So I'm making sure that the way the rocket attaches to the pad is literally idiot-proof. And when I say idiot-proof, I mean me. Okay, I know I wouldn't have made that mistake. That's good. Yeah, you called yourself an idiot. Yeah, so? I do that all the time. Where have you been? Where have you been, man? Okay. That should work. Alright, so... Get rid of that. We could still use the RCS ball. But now we have to make sure that the interface between the collider on this physicsless part and the collider on another physicsless part is aligned. I know with the RCS that it is. But now, if I absolute... And you could do that, they're absolute snapped into position. See, now the RCS is clipping in. So this is where some precise engineering is really, really going to need to come in our favor here. So, I want to do this way. I want to have a part that we can align to absolute. And then I want this part attached to it. And this part is the part that we will set for... Oh. Snapping part to part. Yeah, that worked. Oh, no, it didn't. Damn. I had that almost exact. That's exactly where the collider ends. How did I snap that? That's correct right there. And the reason why I snapped part to part is so we can make sure that the part that actually is physically connected rides correctly. So now I'm going to go to this part. Go over here like this and make sure the thermometers have the same vessel characteristics applied to it. Venus! Alright, homie. Let's see what this does, dude. I think this might be the money one. Once again, just gotta make sure. Okay, so now we're gonna take this part and I'm gonna put it in 4x symmetry. I'm gonna attach it to my hold down ring and we're gonna do that. See, now we have a slot area for alignment, and then once it's aligned, it'll go back down in, and it should hit this. And it shouldn't move. So, let's save. Let's go and run the same tests. Well, I'm here. Who's that boy, Swagger? Let me just make sure. Sometimes when you place these parts again, yeah, you have to re-equip the flag there. See, enable. That one's already enabled. Let me just make sure. Let me go around the horn. Just make sure it's right. Alright, let's do this. Let's see if it does it. We shall say there are a lot more parts and configurations to test if we really want to go deep with this. Well, like I said, there's times where you should go deep, and there's times where you shouldn't go deep. I think this one, being such a critical system to the rocket needs to sit on the pad in order to get the rocket to launch correctly. That's kind of important. Probably shouldn't overlook that. This is the time where we should be very careful with this. Now, like tank design? No, I have a tank design that I know works. I know that tank design works from the Freedom Rocket because the MLV is derived from the Freedom Rocket. Kind of. So I know that that's going to work. Right? But, like, that doesn't need much testing. I already did a lot of testing with this. But I've never tried hold down points like this. So let's see. Let's load them up. Vehicle did move a little bit. And I just think that that's not me. That's me not placing the collider correctly. Yeah, you see how far they clip into each other? Okay, so let's see. Undock. Is there deviation in the docking ports? Yep. Just a slight bit. That amount of movement right there is pretty much the amount of movement that we're seeing right here. It's about the same. So once again, hold down points. I'm good, Nazalik. How are you? Well, sorry, I thought a joke was coming. You're a joke. All right, let's really test it. Ready? Let's look at alignment on the rocket. We're at 89.8. See, look at this thing. That thing's already bent out of shape a little bit because, yeah, that's strange. That shouldn't be reading like that. Interesting. Point it straight up. 89.9, 90.3, 0 roll. That's pretty much as close to being completely true level. True level! Oh god, it's beautiful! As we can get. So let's move this back in here like this. Now let's look at the rocket again. Oh yeah. See what happened? See? Same thing. Because of that, because when we loaded it down and I didn't get the precise measurement, the rocket is sitting in the hold down points, and that doesn't make, it makes the umbilicals not line up because this tolerance here, that tolerance there is not good enough. What are we building now? Hold down points. Poyehali. Poyehali. That's what my Russian counterparts say. See, here's the thing. You saw how it was jumping around, and then I time warped and untime warped, and it bent it into position. That's bad. If it's jittering around and you time warp and you untime warp, you just bent something because something isn't aligned. You bent it. You think you get the broken? You got what? I got to get the broken one. All right, so I'm gonna make some changes to this one. The first change that I'm gonna make is this. I'm gonna move these down here like that. The second change I'm going to make is, well, based off of what we saw before. That's the amount of drift that we saw. All right, so get rid of these. Save the craft file. Copy this piece. Put it back in 4x sim. Are those pipes that point upwards new parts? Can't recognize them. The pipes that point upwards. No, there's no new parts in the game. I'm not sure what you're referring to with those pipes, though. Okay, that's the amount of tolerance that we saw before. So now we're going to go back in here into Custom 1. Enable same vessel collision. Enable. That one already has it applied. Alright. This piece right here is a fairing, guys. This bottom piece, my engine section, is a fairing, and the pipes that are coming out are part of the skipper model. Yeah. That... Don't get me wrong, I'll connect them in to something a little bit later. That's just the way that I thought looked good, and it looked better than this. Picking up what I'm laying down? Yeah, I'll take the pipes. All right, let's test it again. Will these hold down points actually hold down or just take the stress of a docking port? Meaning, are you looking to retract them as part of the launch sequence? No, my umbilicals will retract. My hold down points are static in my design. Some rockets have the hold down points move. Other rockets have it static. Others put it on an umbilical or put it on a lever or something. It depends on the rocket. This type of pin system that I'm using here is probably the most like Titan 2. So Titan 2 basically sits on 4 dowels, and that's about it. If you look at an LR87, yeah, there you go. The hold down point is right where the engine's primary strut, or the 4 struts from the engine attached to. See that little pin? The launch pad for Titan is literally just a ring with 4 pins sticking out. And then Titan has a slot and a hole built into the side. That's it. That's about as simple of a hold down point as you can get. The Saturn V is kind of like this. Saturn V used a hold down arm. It had a movable hold down system, which was, that's Proton. That's Proton's hold down points. Huh. Yeah, Proton has its hold down points underground. Because if you protect your hold down points with concrete, they're less likely to get damaged. True story. That's the Saturn's umbilical. That's it right there. So basically, it holds the rocket. Actually, that one is the TSM. Hold on one second. They kind of look like this. Hey, new to the stream, what exactly are you doing in testing? Hey, Mr. Breeze. Or Mr. Freeze. Ah, 4 Reeds. Yeah, Breeze. Sorry. Yep, sorry. Screw me. It's, I'm testing, yeah, see, there's the 4 hold downs. It's kind of like a little retraction arm because it needs to get out of the way because what happens down at the bottom of a Saturn V gets a little hot. See, there's the pin and the lock right there. Similar to Titan, but with a movable arm. Okay, Freeze, what I'm working on here is engineering hold down points. I want to make a reusable launch vehicle with a reusable pad. I build my own pads for KSP. It's part of how I enjoy the game. And it also allows me to do deep dives on engineering in Kerbal. I'm making hold down points. How am I making hold down points? Literally an RCS ball on the rocket and a bunch of thermometers to hold it in place. I'm making a pin in a slot. That's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, I know. Not your average Kerbal play. Alright, so hit 1. What I'm looking for, Freeze, is if I disconnect this strut for this thing to start moving around. Like that. Homing, it's riding around a little bit. You love the creativity and honor of realism. Thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. I use it to teach myself how this works in real life, and then I can communicate it better, and I can teach people about spaceflight better. But I don't have a couple $1 million to go try to do this in real life, so we do it in Kerbal. Yeah. All right. I would love to do this in real life and show people, but okay, homing pigeon, look. Lesser of a tolerance that, or lesser of a difference that time. The reason why I'm so anal about this, right, is because, so right now, check, okay, so when the G11 hinge is in the 90 position, so straight up, our pitch is -1, 90, -1. Let's go down here like this, 89, 90, and 0. Now let's go back here. Now what is it? Control from here. 2 degrees of deviation there. That's because the hold down points are off-centered. So the docking port got close enough and then it snapped into position. It bent. It fatigued the connection between those two. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, see? It bent it. The docking port pitched down because the docking ports weren't aligned, and it snapped it into position, and it bent both of those docking ports. And now look, they're bent inside of each other. See that? Now what happens if we undock? Now it phased out, and now we have some big problems. Now it's jittering around all over the place. See that? And it did it again. Now let's control from here. Now what is it saying? 90.5. We're bending stuff. See? We want to try to have it bend as little as possible. I'm not going to be satisfied until we nix the ball. Nice, Panta. Wait, how have you been exposed? I'm confused. I am not Panta. I'm not sure what I'm looking at there, but alright. Look at the name. Oh, yeah, see, I knew you weren't. Hold down point testing, Joe. Hold down structural. Yep. How you doing, buddy? See, I knew it. I knew you weren't. Good, I did some trail photography this morning, so I'm editing now. Cool. Instead of having it on a hinge, why don't you just have it on a piston that pulls it back so that it always will go straight ahead instead of coming in at an angle, which might be causing the issue. Nuclear, that's not a bad idea. That's a good idea. But you got to remember, dude, that's not the problem we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve the hold down point problem. coming up with an umbilical that moves less, that has a linear movement instead of like a quadratic movement. So just forward and back instead of like forward, up, down, like rotating into position. Coming up with something like that, using that and using that for alignment. Honestly, if we don't get the hold downs right, that might work better in the interim and we might get more use out of it, but it itself will eventually bend out of shape. Same reason why the crane hydraulics. You remember the crane hydraulics? I didn't get my tolerances on the on those fairings right, so every time I docked and undocked the crane, it bent down a little bit, and eventually it bent so much that it started binding up. Kraken Tech can alleviate hinge drift, but the tolerances have to be right. But once again, switching our umbilical to a linear one that just moves back and forth, while a good idea, that's a good idea, we should do that eventually, is not addressing the fundamental problem. That's not addressing the thing that we're trying to fix. That is just a band-aid solution. The real problem comes from this. That's the mistake I made with the SSTO. I would try a band-aid solution. My band-aid solution was to just have a bunch of auto struts on the stack. So when we attached it, the auto struts held the whole thing up. Turns out that even auto struts bend a little bit when you have 1,500 tons of rockets sitting on your launch pad. Am I right? And that's exactly what happened. We crushed the hold down points basically on the SSTO. That's why it blew up. So now what we're gonna do? Let's check the rocket like this. 89.9. We're pretty much as close to straight up as we possibly can be. Now let's undock. Let's take a look at this docking port. Any movement? Yeah. There's a little bit. Oh. Well, homing pigeon, I'm testing with the worst case scenario here. This is arguably the worst way to do it. If we can get it to work with the worst way, that means those hold down points that we know will fix certain things will help us with the problem down the road. They'll make it better. It's not a band-aid fix, it's an upgrade now. See what I'm talking about? Sometimes it pays to freeze the design of a piece to make sure your testing results are correct. Now, fellas, I'll be 100% honest with you. I've never seen Kerbal do that before. I've never seen Kerbal do that. $89.8, $134.44. It's still pretty straight up. It looks like the roll is a little. Yeah. Is this how small sat launchers are made? Yes. Well, when two rockets love each other, Jax, you get a rocket that has two boosters on it. Okay? Jackery, 115 light fixtures, 5 guys, 20 hours. I say my job is going well. Good work. Does the Stampatron have a stronger connection point? No. Physical part, it drifts pretty bad. Just a thought, would making the docking port on like a piston instead of a rotating hinge make it more stable? Cooking, I have a question. Did you just pop back in? Somebody asked me that like less than 5 minutes ago, which tells me that your mind's in the right spot, but that's not fixing the problem. If our hold down points aren't working how we want, changing the umbilical to work better with our bad hold down points is using a bad solution to a bad problem. See what I'm talking about? I'd prefer to test with the crappy way of doing it by rotating into position, because that's the worst case. That's the worst use case for that. You wouldn't know umbilicals like that, right? At least, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there is one. Atlas has an umbilical that works like that, but it's not structural for what it's worth. So I don't want to engineer a better umbilical to make up for the fact that we have a terrible hold down system. Our structural points for the rocket are terrible. They're garbage. I don't know what happened when we docked and undocked this a second ago, fellas. I'm not 100% sure. Sorry you had to repeat yourself. It's okay, dude. The reason, dude, okay. All right, fellas, Cooking. The reason why I say, oh, I just, unless I'm like, are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. In which case, that's usually when someone's messing with me. But if I say, the reason why I asked, like, if you just came back or something, is because if you want a more in-depth explanation, go back and check out the other answer, because that was the condensed version. I should probably say that and not assume that people know that, because how that most likely comes off is, wow, I just answered that. Come on, stop wasting my time. No, I don't care about that. If I make money off interacting with the chat. Remember that part? So, yeah, no. If you want a more in-depth explanation, just a second ago, well, this one's in-depth enough that I basically repeated myself. But that's okay. I don't care. It's all right. No problem. It's all good, man. He's a good lawyer, Penta. Perhaps hanging the rocket by the nubs up the stage, all SpaceX joysticks, no hold down points at all. Well, just because Super Heavy is lifted and Starship are lifted up by their hold down points, Havocs, doesn't mean that Super Heavy doesn't have hold down points, right? That's actually not a Super Heavy solution. You know what rocket does that? They've thought of that. A certain rocket engineer thought of that with that guy. Soyuz hold down points are actually on one of the parts that need to be the strongest part of the booster. Right there. Where the side boosters push on the core, that's the hold down point. See that little triangle? That's it. Soyuz hold down points are in the middle of the second stage. Because in Russia they call the core stage the second stage. The first stage is the boosters. Yeah. And then that's the third stage right there. Yeah. See these four lever arms right there? Those are the hold down points for Soyuz. It's hung inside of its launch pad. Because the umbilicals, the reason why Korolev did that when he designed the R7, the reason why and it seems like, why would you do this? The reason why he did that is because, well, to keep costs down, Korolev came up with the idea of making the starter for the first and second stage, the RD-107s and RD-108s, he put the starter on the pad. Soyuz, you can't air start these engines. Can't do that. The air startable version is the one that's up here. I think that's a 0123 or something like that. That's an air startable version of the same engine. You don't want to have a bunch of these. Why do you need that? Why do you need an air? Why, these things don't need to be restarted. If you're restarting your first and second stage engines on the way up, you did something wrong. Right? So Soyuz umbilicals are all down here, the starter mechanism, which is literally a match that they stick up the business end of the rocket to light the engines off on fire and then basically flood the engine. It works like an igniter, like a jet engine, which is kind of funny. And then these engines basically work like a big Bunsen burner. So they start flooding the engine with oxidizer and fuel, and then they stick a match up the nozzles of the engine. Like literally just an igniter, like the one that you'd see on a grill. And that starts lighting the engine, right? And the propellants get forced out through the commodities, get combusted, and they get forced out the nozzle, and that creates a vacuum that starts the turbo pumps. It's actually really smart. That's really cool. Dude, considering that like Korolev thought this up in the 1955, 1956, that's pretty damn smart. And that makes it so you don't need as complicated of a rocket design, which is great. A less complicated rocket design is great for an ICBM because your rocket is really complicated. So he offshooted that to the pad. And personally, I think Korolev wasn't really interested in using the R-7 as a missile. Just like von Braun wasn't really interested in making weapons. They all wanted to make civilian rockets. And it turns out that his design is really, really good for that. And Redstone, also really good for that. Launching people instead of missiles. Same with Atlas. Same with Titan. It's almost like they were all designing these rockets. Well, one, there was no better way to do it at the time. And two, it's almost like they designed these rockets like, not necessarily like, the design, the engineers are like, weapons are good, but sending people into space is cooler. Now, I can't prove that. Don't get me wrong. I can't prove that. I know that's the case with von Braun, and I'm pretty dang sure that that's the case with Korolev, because why would you design that way? Oh, that's great. Our ICBM has the starters pad side instead of rocket side for our ICBM. Because reusability is really important when you're making an intercontinental ballistic missile, am I right? Oh, wait. No, it's not. Maybe catching, I don't know. Yeah, because, normally when you go to launch an ICBM, it doesn't really matter where your starter motors are. What matters is getting the damn rocket over there. Because if we made ICBMs, for instance, like boost back and land, chances are where it's landing is there's going to be no pad or landing pad or mission control or anything. It's just going to be a big fire. Yeah. But some dude on Twitter told me that the U.S. made reusable RCLS ICBMs and we could turn them around in 15 minutes and solve MAD. What? Be interested to hear the context of that conversation, but yeah, it's very strange. But yeah, check that out. Almost little to no deviation on the docking port. I don't think I want to solve MAD. See that? Minimal movement right there. We still saw some oscillating around, but all right. That was really good. There was a little bit of jostling, but it wasn't much. Let me check the hold down points up here. None of these phased through. 89.8, 83, roll 6.5. So homing, see the roll right there? That tells me that these aren't riding around anymore, but they are moving around inside of the thermometers a little bit. Let's take a look. Are they centered? That one's pretty damn close to being centered. Now, is it 7 degrees off? Let's take a look. Yeah, that one's a little bit to the side. That's pushing this way a little bit. I bet you the opposite side of this, the one that's over there, is the opposite of that. It looks like this one is going this way, going towards this thermometer. I'll bet you the one on the other side is going towards that thermometer. Let's take a look. Take a look at this one. That one is going this, favoring this one just a little bit, but that for the most part is right. Now let's take a look at this. Yep. It's favoring these two over here. It is moving around. The whole rocket's doing this a little bit. I sent you the context. Lavi, why are people trying to solve mutually assured destruction? So Lavi just sent me a user on Twitter that says like, oh, I think we could solve MAD with reusable rockets. We could, we could eliminate MAD and gain first strike capability because we could turn our ICBMs around faster. Do we understand the context here that mutually assured destruction keeps the peace? That's what keeps the peace. That's what keeps us from wiping each other off the map. So trying to solve mutually assured destruction is quite literally trying to not keep the peace. Just kidding. Don't repeat. I'm just trolling. Ichi, yeah. Is this person arrogant enough to believe that... Is this person arrogant enough to believe that they could solve MAD? What are you, crazy? Why would you even want to, even if you could? That's not smart, man. Oh, jeez. It's peak Dunning-Kruger. Like, that's peak of Mount Stupid. Why do you want to solve that problem? Yeah, why would you reuse an ICBM? There's going to be nothing to come back to. That's the whole point. That's why rockets ended up being expendable in the first place, because there's nothing to come back to. It's not that they couldn't make a reusable one. It's that they didn't need to, because most rockets were derived from ICBMs in the first place. The only good way to solve MAD is complete disarmament. I don't want to do that, Pigzig. Yeah. I think we should just keep doing that. As long as everybody has nukes pointed at each other, nobody blows anybody up. Look at the time since the end of World War II. It's the most peaceful time in human history. Yes, there are wars being fought. Yes, conflicts happen. No world wars. Nuclear weapons will prevent a world war from ever happening ever again. Ever. Unless someone's incredibly frigging stupid and arrogant like this. But the vast majority of us are all interconnected. I can talk to people from Ukraine. I can talk to people from Russia. I can talk to people from Germany, France, England, Japan, Australia. Like we're all connected. We all know each other. That helps keep the peace, and that stems from mutually assured destruction. That's very arrogant. That's like, wow. Yeah, King, unfortunately. Yeah. But I don't want to talk about that, dude. Screw that. I don't want to talk about it on here. It's not a good idea. All right, so let's get back to what we were doing here. I think we should try to fuel this sucker. Let's see what happens. Alright, let's try to fuel it. Let's see how much she drifts. Well, Twisted, like I said, one of the only... See, okay, Twisted, the final note on this. That's right, you're correct. You know, someone who's arrogant enough to think that they can beat mutually assured destruction will cause problems. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Somebody thinks, oh, you think you can beat mutually assured destruction? Good. That's very arrogant. That's really stupid. That shows a very fundamental disconnect in physics, in, you know, human social interaction. That's just straight arrogant. You can't beat mad. You can't do it. It's not going to happen. Because, you know, I mean, the missiles are going so ridiculously fast. And even if someone creates a defense... Even if we consider some kind of defense for an ICBM, right? You gonna stop all of them? You're not gonna stop all of them. It's war games all over again. You know, you remember that movie War Games? It's kind of a kid's movie, but it's a good movie nonetheless. And the lessons that it taught is that you don't play this game. Don't play that game. If you're stupid enough to think you can win, you deserve what you get. Yeah, Ray, it's one of my favorite movies. Modern Paul's scam baits here. What's up, man? No. Yeah, of course that's who I'm talking to. Yeah, you don't have control of nukes, do you, Twisted? Unless there's something you're not telling us. That's what I mean. I see this type of behavior on Twitter by people that don't know what they're talking about. Oh yeah, well, reusable rockets could eliminate MAD. Like, are you stupid? How can you be that dumb? Not you. Like, arrogance is the only thing that's gonna, you know, arrogance is the only thing that's going to make that worse, not better. Anyway, rocket is fully fueled. Let's take a look. Just cruising through my work day, streaming later at 6. Right on, Paul. Right on, Paul. No problem. I mean, Pitt, I'm not gonna lie, that would actually be pretty friggin' cool. Difficult, but cool. Mad is scary, yeah. And it's scary for a reason, you know? Yeah, Prey. That's what I mean. Arrogance. Stupidity. What I'm trying to tell you, Twisted, Prey, what I'm trying to tell you guys is that stupidity is dangerous. Don't catch the dumb. Okay? Don't catch the dumb. Yeah. It's scary to survive. Yeah. I don't know about you, brother. I don't want any part of that. The best place for a nuke is to either not exist, which that's not happening, or just sit in its silo. That's the best place for it, and it should stay there. I don't want any part of that, my dude. I don't need Fallout in real life, alright? Can you imagine? It just works. It'll be glitchy as hell, man. Alright, ready? Let's undo this. Okay, now the rocket is freestanding, fully fueled inside on the hold down points. Yeah, she's... It's riding around, bounce it. Each one of the hold down points is doing this. It's toilet bowling inside of its hold down, which is interesting. It's interesting. I'm not seeing much movement up here, but we know that those things are riding around inside of the hold down points. Live pad shot of OFT2 if you don't have it up. They would have started fueling a couple hours ago, but yeah. Oh, great shot. Cool. We'll begin coverage right around Space News. Yeah, Prey. I don't know. I think trying to solve...
Discovery.
trying to solve MAD is stupid. That's really stupid. How do I... That's literally saying, how do I solve the problem of nuking myself? Like, why would you even roll the dice? Why would you even roll the dice like that? It's so stupid. Oh my god. Maybe, maybe we have. In which case, great. We're the only ones that can nuke people. I don't want one government having that power. I think that's the stupidest thing you could do. It's a check. It's a check and balance that keeps the peace. I mean, that's very much my personal opinion, but it's so stupid. We'd be dumb to try and solve that problem. Let's focus on space, man. Screw that. Hey, Moto, it's all coming together. Yeah, Twisted, I don't know. Never go full MacArthur. Exactly, Paul. Yeah, why would you, dude? There's a reason why Truman was like, okay, you're psycho, let's not do that. Yeah, are you freaking out of your goddamn mind? And then he fired him instantly. Like, dude, just get out of here. What are you, nuts? Hey, G, what's going on? I don't want to set the world on fire. Yeah. Is that what your last was? Is this royalty-free music, by the way? Oh, it's Test Shot Starfish. Test Shot is cool with their music being restreamed. It's the SpaceX. It's what SpaceX uses on the webcast. Nah, Twisted Rods is stupid. You're gonna just, because you have to launch it into space, you're just gonna show everybody that you're launching an anti-ballistic missile system into space. Great, good. What does that solve? Like, dude, this is a stupid game to play. Strange game. The only winning move is not to play. Dragon, last please. Okay. Do you think it might not jiggle around if you make the tolerances on the hold down points slightly looser? I think we need to actually tighten it up. I think I'm noticing that this is moving around. I think we need a tighter tolerance, believe it or not. We need to constrict it, not expand. Judging by the behavior that I'm seeing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Josh. 2 years. One of my first streams was you flying a drone around a broken Condor pad. I asked why you didn't use SAS. That was pretty cool to learn. Yeah, we didn't need to. The drone was the SAS. The rotors are your gyroscopes. Yeah, I remember that conversation. Could having more hold down points help? KSP doesn't distribute weight even initially. Well, nuclear, in this particular case, it does. The reason why is because these place anywhere RCS ports are attached directly to the fairing, which is directly on the center of the stack. We need to just tighten up the tolerances. That's all. Alright, let's, lettuce. Other than that, though, let's take a look. What's the relationship between the docking ports? Okay, the docking ports are slightly misaligned. They're slightly offset, and that one is slightly tilted, the one with the yellow on it. And that one is pretty much the same. Let's check. Ready? This one should be pretty much 0. 0.3, 89.6, roll 1. That's for the, it's bent a little bit, just a tiny bit. But for the most part, that's right. What about you? Flip back over here, aim camera, control from here. Yep, 0.4, so it's bent 0.7 degrees in a different direction. 269.4, which means it's not pointing directly. It's not pointing directly west. And then the roll is 179.8, which means it's slightly rolled, which means we bent it a little bit. But those numbers are not bad. They're really good, actually. So this is the Kraken strike scenario right here. The rocket is freestanding for the most part. Let's clamp the thing with the VSS. And then let's redock. It might pop. If so, this is an induced failure mode. So I'm going to realign those docking ports. And they're not, I know they're not exactly lined up, but Kerbal, if a docking port gets close enough, Kerbal says it's fine, and it'll dock it anyway. When it does that, it'll either bend the docking port or bend the vehicle. If it bends the vehicle usually blows up. Yeah, so you might be seeing your explosion here in a moment. You see it jostle around, you see the whole thing went, it bent the vehicle just a little bit. Hey, been a hot minute. Oh, during the hot minute. Oh, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Nice rocket. Lander. Shoot. Oh, look at a little rover comes out. Not bad. So now look, something's, because these docking ports, it bent the vehicle. And because it bent the vehicle now to line up those docking ports, now it's really riding around in it. We can bend everything, we could try to bend everything back into spec by doing this. Nope, didn't like that. What about up here? Oh yeah, see? The entire vehicle's bent. That's why, look. Whole thing is bent slightly this way. See that? The whole stack is bent. It's very slight, but let's see if it shows up here. If this shows correctly, the pitch should be off a little bit. Ready? 89.9. It didn't bend the top of the rocket, because that's still pointed straight up. What about you? Now, if this was bent, we would see a heading change. 268. Yep, the bottom of the rocket bent. It twisted. It twisted a little bit. The top of the rocket was fine because the VSS held it in position, but when we redocked, it twisted the bottom of the rocket a little bit. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. And why? Why did it twist? Well, it twisted because these things are allowed to ride around inside. Once again, hold down point interfacing problem. All right, we're honing in. That's better, but not good enough. Thomas, did they update KSP to allow for auto strut through docking ports? You can auto strut through docking ports if you don't have your docking port twist. If you don't, basically, if you lock the docking port, in their default state, someone is a locked docking port. Thomas, so I was peeping around Blue job postings again and spotted this little nugget. As part of a hardworking team of device engineers, you guide the development of a fully reusable next generation New Glenn launch vehicle. Hey Toma, what if we give the thermometer the shape of a cone? My original bearing design basically did that, Toma. We could kent them in a little bit, but see, you have to be distinct here. These are not structural. The thermometers are not the strongest part. They're a guide. Okay? Because they're a guide, right? Because they're a guide, right? If I made it a cone, it might bend those pieces out of position. That's a good idea. But I think the tolerances aren't right exactly here. So what we're going to do, I have the comparison right here. Let's go like this. Give me just an RCS ball. Remove the thermometers from the ball and let me look at it. Let me just see where the hitbox for this thing, so to speak, starts. Oh. Here, I'll show it to you over here. It's a little easier to see. So if we put the camera exactly straight down, basically align ourselves with this arrow, not the red one, not the blue one, right, but the green one. And then we move our mouse cursor in a little bit. Look. Oh yeah, we're way out of spec. The thermo bearing is good, but this just shows my inexperience with bearing design, because I didn't know how to be able to see the colliders. Look, my mouse cursor is not selecting that RCS ball. And if I move it a little bit closer, it is. Our thermometers are riding out here. There's the reason why they're moving back and forth right there. We're not to spec. It's not even close. Unique view of a fully fueled Atlas. See last. Okay. T-minus 4 minutes in holding. Atlas and Starliner countdown is enabled to plan 4-hour built-in hold. Great shot. I finished some testing. Do you want to look at the screenshots of a much higher mass test? Sure. EJ never says hi to me. He only purges my messages with someone pretending that I'm wrong. Oh, serious. I didn't see the end of that message. You got timed out. And then you got gifted a sub. What's going on, buddy? How are you? All right, let's check. Homing pigeon. I'm sorry, you must have been going into a tunnel. I didn't. Your last was garbled. All right. Okay. Homing, yeah. You really like these, huh? Garbled or garbage? Case in point. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, homing. So we know that the cubic octag is going to work. Oh, and you're using the... Yeah, okay. Okay, they work. Hack gravity works out a good way. All right, cool. That'll definitely do its thing. All right, well that's good to know. I really want to beat the snot out of my system here. To make sure. This isn't so much to try and say like, oh, well my design's better than yours. No. I'm more proving my theory here with this. Now that's not to say that this bearing is a better design than yours. Once again, it's application. Your hold down points seem to work, though. Oh, by the way, you got the job. Good, man. Okay. We gotta beat the devil out of it. Alright. So now that we know this, let's go in here. Oh, come on, you. Okay, see? So, take a look here, guys. Let's look straight down. So there's the thermometer, right? And then there's a dead zone right here where I'm selecting the cubic octag. And then, see that dead zone right there? There's your... right there. See? This highlights the cubic octag and the thermometers. Right? That's just thermometer. Because we're highlighting the cubic octag, that means we're not selecting the hitbox on this piece. The hitbox is over here somewhere. Thank you for looking. Hope it helps. Oh, Prey, I'm not saying you're not hindering me by any means. Prey, or not Prey. Homing Vision, you're not hindering me by any means. Sorry, I was reading something else. Brain slightly garbled, defragmenting. All right, we're good. Well, Homing, honestly, you engineered your hold down points. I want to see you make a rocket now. See, that's my shtick when we play Kerbal. I fool you into engineering something into KSP. It's like Inception, but better. Are you tackling auto struts differently this time around since you relied on them too heavily for prior design? I'm trying to use no auto struts. No auto struts, RJ, that go from like rocket to pad. I want straight hardware because the physics-less parts don't drift. They don't drift. Everything else does. My hold down points are attached to the engine section and my docking port is attached to the engine section, which it is. That's 2 degrees of separation between the hold down point and the umbilical. It's not going to move. It won't, and if it does, it won't move much. Understand? Now, let's go in here. Let's move this up. I want to see if this thermal bearing is doing the same thing. So if we go straight on the thermometer, if all 6 of the thermometers highlight, that means there's a gap there. Yep, there is. There's a gap. All right, where is the gap? If these designed to be dropped in, are these designed to be dropped in with a crane? If they are, maybe a second section of thermometers to make a funnel sort of thing would be useful, especially if you don't want to cone the main bearing. Well, if we have 4 cylinders, Owens, if we have 4 cylinders and each one of them has just a slight cup, and then we have the vehicle resting physically inside of its hold down points, and then we attach the umbilical, then it's no problem. With the Freedom Rocket, I dropped it into position and attached it. With this way of doing things, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about it as much. Why? Why don't I have to worry about it as much? Because I can set the vehicle onto the pad and then attach the docking port. And if we come up with a better docking port mechanism than rotating this stupid thing into position, then we can make a pad that won't ever drift. Even Freedom's pad drifted after a long period of time, right? It did. It drifted around. We can fix that. I can basically eliminate that completely. The reason why is because, once again, the physics-less parts, the physics-less parts don't drift. They don't move because they're physics-less. Even though I'm using same vessel collision, they basically work like, think of the physics-less parts like titanium. It won't move. Something else is gonna break before this thing does. That's the key here. Dude, we could go back with the SSDO and use this hybrid tech style stuff, and it would work. I could fix the SSDO. I'm pretty damn sure I could. In fact, I might do that as a side project to our mission mode just to see. Pretty interesting, huh? All right, let's check this bearing design. I'm gonna take that one. We're gonna put it over here. Let's try this with the upgraded thermo bearing. You ever wanted to try Star Citizen? Dude, I don't play Star Citizen because I know if I played Star Citizen, I would probably cease to exist in the real world completely. Chuck, I know me, dude. Look at me. Look at what I do for fun. Star Citizen would be like cocaine for my brain. That's not a good idea. Who else came here from Reddit? Why not? Reddit? Who's talking about me on Reddit? If so, thanks for the plug, kind stranger. AKA, I'm a weenie. Yeah. Yeah, Grumpy, I can't do that. That's a really bad idea. Okay, I won't tell you what's happening then next week. Please don't. Wait, gifted a sub to Why Not? What thread is this? Liberal arts? Let me see. I know, for what it's worth, I know Gagan. Gagan has been watching the stream for years, the guy that posted this. Well, you said please, so I'll be kind and withhold. I appreciate that. View the rest of the comments. Let's see. What's the criteria here? There's a guy in my Asian history class who is visually the epitome of a redneck stereotype. Except he's an art history major and is very clearly passionate about it. Bucking the stereotype trend, I see. Okay, I see what this thread is about. Imagine a bow-legged white guy with a beard wearing flannel, belt buckle, and cowboy boots talking about the intricacies of a Hindu temple in Sri Lanka. This is the future liberals want. Frick yeah, it is. I get a good kick out of this. Why not? That's pretty funny. Alright, where's Gagan? Honestly, my favorite version of the stereotype being broken is a smart redneck. Oh, no! No! Oh, no! Like, dang, maybe Cletus down the street is a computer programmer. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. I don't know. Gagan says, I know a streamer is 6'4" and built like a truck. He's in all kinds of sports ball, plus NASCAR and F1. His multiple old vehicles in the middle of refurbishing. Born in Boston. Boston, lived in Florida. Now lives just outside of Boston and shows it in his personality at times. Oops. Oh, crap. His favorite video game to play on and off the stream? Kerbal. He can answer just about any question you might have about the Saturn V of the space shuttle. Yeah! 6 foot full and full of muscles. I said, do you speak of my language? He just smiled and gave me a hot dog from Fenway Park. Do I come off as that much of a redneck? Ah, crap. I wasn't born in Florida. I was born here. This is the future that liberals want. That's funny. That made me laugh. How's the MLV coming along? Good, King. We're actually making some pretty damn good strides with the hold down points here. Be proud of it. Time for the mullet. I did have a mullet in 2020. We had a freaking dude. My mullet was down to here. Do you guys remember that? It was like all down to here, and I would just be like this the whole time during the stream. I love doing that. I love doing that. You know what the funny part is? Like, I'm stealth as frick in real life, dudes. I wouldn't wear this shirt out in public. I don't do that. No way. I wear flannel t-shirt and a hoodie with a cleater hat and jeans with work boots. Fool everyone, man. You were way too proud of that mullet. It was awesome. Starship removed the mullet. It's a shame, DV. It's a shame. Can you imagine if we had said like, oh, they gotta land 2? I would still have it. You love your truck. I love pickup trucks, Angry Beard. I don't know how that happened, dude. I'm from like Massachusetts, like the city, from like Boston. I'm not even from, dude, I'm a city kid, dude. I'm not even from out in the country. I'm like literally the city. Like everything is within 5 minutes walking distance in the city, right? I like pickup trucks and NASCAR and shotguns and like farming equipment and construction equipment and rockets. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Is that normal? Like, the people around me don't like that stuff, that's for sure. They all wanted to be like plumbers and, or not plumbers. They all want to be like lawyers and stuff. Like, oops. Bring back the mullet for the wedding. No, I'm good. I'm a doctoral researcher at Bank of America in a field of artificial intelligence. Yeah, Homie Pigeon, you said that before. My favorite thing to do for fun, I play baseball and assemble small electronics from breadboards. Renaissance man through and through. I always felt that people who diversify and are eager to learn will have a more fulfilled life. Yep, I see what you mean. By buying a pickup truck, I am a more fulfilled person in life. You are not wrong. It's not normal, but who wants to be average? Yeah, that's true, Humming Pigeon. Yeah. Yeah. I like trains too. Yeah. Sometimes I think about that, dude. I'm like, am I a stereotype? I like football and stuff. Sports. Like, I could tell you, I could explain the intricacies of football, because American football. I'm not that good at other people's football, but yeah. I like, it's just, I just like a lot of different things. Like, screw me, right? Like, yeah, you gotta spice it up, man. Cause yeah, dude, like, I remember being in school in like 7th, 8th grade, right? And you know, the teachers are like, what do you want to do when you grow up? And the kids are like, I want to be an investment banker. And it was either that or I want to help people. Nobody said like astronaut or firefighter or policeman. Like, nobody said the cool stuff. And because nobody said the cool stuff, I didn't say the cool stuff. I was like, I want to... Oh, wait. No. I did say I wanted to work at NASA. And I got laughed at. Yeah. I distinctly remember that. Yeah, that happened. Oops. Frick 'em. I don't want to be like you. I ain't like you. We are not the same. Damn normies. Damn normies. I said I wanted to be a NASA engineer, now that I'm thinking about it. And I was conflicted about saying it. I'm like, should I say this? Everybody's like, everybody else sounds so cool. I'm like, all right, fine, I want to work at NASA. Got a good laugh from the teacher and the students. Yeah. Keep in mind, this was 7th grade, so it was like 2000. Yeah. Yeah, teacher laughed at me. I'm like, guess I'll just go die then. Frick that teacher. I wasn't the best student, dude. Let's be real. I wasn't the smartest kid around. I just want a way to sell my farts in a jar and make 100K a month. It's not making 100K a month, serious, you know? Like, I know you're kidding, right? But it ain't making 100K a month. You know why? You know why it ain't making 100K a month? Because you know what you end up selling? Your dignity. Is your dignity worth 100K? Dude, that's why I don't act like everybody else, man. I don't need to do. Not that people would buy my farts, unless you wanted like some nerve gas or something, like, because that's what that is. Like, by the way, last, I would lose my dignity for 100K a month. Most people would, I suppose. Just remember, fellas, if stuff is easy, there's a catch. There always is. I hated teachers like that when I was teaching high school physics. Way too many teachers crap on kids' dreams to try and funnel them into what they think the kid's future should be. Utter and complete shame. My teachers thought at the time Grab Shark was if some negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement. That's what it was. And some of it worked. Ooh, guppy. Nice, 48, that's cool. By the way, last. All right, what's up? I said I wanted to be inventor, and I even showed up to class for show and tell to show people the air filter that you made. Well, that's cool. Catching these across your face. Yeah, she ended up going to the hospital because she had gastrointestinal problems from farting too much. That's not funny, man. That's messed up. Like, I feel bad. Oh, my God. All right, let's check this out. Let's check it out. Yeah, Brian, we'll do it. Prove them wrong. Frick the haters. Frick the haters, bro. All right, let's see. Ready? Interesting. Homing pigeon, check this out, dude. Look, we tightened up the tolerance and the frequency of the vibrations. The frequency of vibrations increased. Interesting. Look, the frequency of it riding around went up. But the amplitude, the frequency went up, but the amplitude went down. So basically before it was like, it was going back and forth like this. Now it's just doing this. It's kind of just wiggling in position. See, now homing pigeon, I'm wondering if at this point, dude, look at, okay, so let's pause for a second. Look at that. We have 0.08 degrees a second radian right there, right? So let's pause it again. What's the second sample? 0.1 or 0.01. What about now? 0.8, 0.5, 0.8. Straight, not moving. 0.01, 0.03, 0.07. This is how much it's moving. This is the rate at which it's moving in degrees a second radian. The fact that these are going in and out of nan and giving me 000 tells me that dude, I think Kerbal's physics simulation won't get better than this. If it misses a physics calculation, because, okay, so, like, those oscillations are literally moving the entire launch pad. Look. The oscillations are reverberating through the structure, and it's inchworming it in one direction. That's really funny. Wow. You know how powerful those... You know how much force needs to be applied for it to do that? Those tanks are full of fuel, and the ore tanks are full of ore. Yeah, it's skitching around on the ground. Look. Build a crawler. We should build a crawler. This is crawling just fine. I did build a crawler. What are you talking about? Anyway, what I was saying is that Kerbal's physics tick. So, say Kerbal, like, every 24 times a second, right? Say every 24 times a second, Kerbal simulates the physics. They do that because theoretically, right, if you set it to 100 times a second and try to get it to real time, it's going to fry somebody's computer. So say Kerbal takes a physics sample like 24 times every second, right? 24 physics frames a second, if you will. If we get that to a tight enough tolerance because of float point error, there's going to be a point where we try to tighten it up, and if we get it perfect, it'll just pop out because it's missing a physics tick. It'll have imparted force from one side, from one of the thermometers, pushing it back, and the physics will miss a tick and it'll pop out. Basically, the physics simulation isn't high fidelity enough for this tight of a tolerance. But right there is about as close as it's going to get. Now, I'm curious to see what happens when we do this. Ready? Boop. Is it still reverberating? Yep. That rocket right there, the whole stack is not connected. It's not docked. It's just hanging on those hold down points. Now what's our tolerances here? 0.9, 0.09, 0.05, 0.18. There's a bad one. Now let's look at the relationship between the docking ports. Dude, it don't get closer than that. See, yeah, it doesn't get closer than that. Yeah, it should be able to do it, Grab. I don't see why it wouldn't. See, the frequency of this, dude, means that it's bouncing around between all the colliders, which means they're close to spec. I don't ever think we'll ever get that thing to stay exactly right. I don't think, but we could try. Let's do something like this. Now, another problem here, Grav, is that there is a slight discrepancy on the docking ports. They're not exactly at the same height, but they're close. When I go to snap this back into position, it might, the physics simulation might miss a tick, and these could pop out. It could happen. Yep. The VSS popped out, which means when this thing snapped docked, it made up for a certain margin of error on the docking ports, and when it did, it snapped the stack out, which means the stack is twisted. And I hate it when my stack gets twisted. Hey, Vasti, what's going on? And yeah, see, look at the docking ports. Yep, that's not good. Yep. I actually think the tolerances is too tight. The tolerances are too tight. Yep, that. So here's what I'm going to try to do. Time warp here. Oh, well, hold on. It's bending it out of. It's bending that docking port out of the way. It might be able to get it. Just in my new apartment. Life swell. Right on, Vasya. Would making the thermometers a funnel shape fix the wiggle? I'm not sure, dudes. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, that's been suggested a bunch of times, and that is the problem that we're trying to fix here. All right, watch. This is gonna blow up something. Ready? Wow. Earthquake! No, worse! Lawnmower! Serious, this is fine. This is fine. I'm fine with what's going on right now. The turrets. They've stopped. Shaken, not stirred. Okay. 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 Not bad. Resonance cascade! Gordon, get away! Don't just stand there. Pick up that gun and shoot it! It's me, Gordon, your old pal from Black Mesa. So about that beer I owe you. Huh. All right. Another thing that I would be willing to check is that, to see if we're in tolerance here. Oh, height tolerance. Interesting. Interesting. I never thought I'd see a resonance cascade, let alone create one. I put the craft on Kerbal so you could download it to check the differences. Got it. Thank you. I'll have the link. There's an up-down component to this. Because look, see the tank? See how I'm highlighting the tank? If I can highlight that tank through this little gap right here, nope. Nope, that tolerance is good. Okay. Ah, it's not shutting down. Tweets, you just saw a V-22 fly by. Cool. Alright, fellas, I'm gonna do this. Let's move. That design works. We know that design works. Let's go in here with this one. And let's do what you guys have been saying. Ready? Let's go in here like this. Just rotate that a little bit. Rotate them in. Just a little teensy weensy itty bitty teeny weeny bit. We cupped them. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure if that's gonna change much. Just because that's the lowest point. You know what? Hold on. Oh, hold up a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch. Let's do that. So he won't be getting a paycheck anymore, so the problem will just sort itself out. Huh? We try to avoid confrontation as best as we can. Yellow polka dot. What? Okay. So this is the straight up version right there. And then we have the regular version. I'm just going to make a copy here in case I delete that. That's the tight tolerance design right there. This design is crap. We don't want that. And that's the original. That's in 4x symmetry. All right, we can dump that. Keep that one there. That's the original. That's the cup version. That's the cubic octag version. Let's do this. See if she moves. I think we're doing good, fellas. Let's see. Let's see if, angling them works. Jumping ahead, but won't it be very difficult to line these up when it comes time to reintegrate? Let's talk about it, Hip. How? How is it going to be difficult? Because I have to rotate the rocket into position? What if we make the rocket rotate? What if we, pardon the crane, what if I put a servo in there? Or a rotor that allows it to move? What if we put a servo? That would work, wouldn't it? Alright, ready? 1. Undo the struts. .25. 0.1. Yeah, the idea is that this is the guide. Because remember, our hold down points are a sphere. It's an RCS ball. So it's curved. It's a hemisphere on one side. So even if I don't get it exactly right, it'll push it into position. That's the idea. Fellas, these tolerances are... So we got 3 nan right there. 1.8, 6, 2.9, 17. It looks like the other one had a better tolerance. This, for whatever reason, doesn't have as good. Interesting. What do you think, dudes? Let's fuel it. See what happens. Ready? Undock. Go back down here like this. Go back in here like this. This probably is not going to end too well. Yeah, it phased. That's definitely off-centered. I'm not even going to do this test. Those don't work. That's not a good idea. Homing pigeon, I'll be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure that Kerbal goes to that factor of... like, I don't know if Kerbal gets that intense. I couldn't tell you. To be honest with you, that's something that I would need you, like, if you wanted to test that, I would, yeah, I'd want you to test it, because I don't know if that matters. To be honest, I haven't even gotten that far. Yeah, haven't even gotten that far, dude. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jen, I hope everybody is having a great day. Yeah. Of course. Fractal, next lunch. We're looking at about 6:54, so about 3 hours. 3 hour 20 from OFT2. As soon as NASA picks up the coverage, I'm in. We'll go through the whole thing. Hang on. Let me see when NASA coverage starts up. Hey, Das. What? What's up, man? 71 months. Good to see you, dude. Is this... Wait, am I talking to Newsroom Das or just Das? Should I show him that? Should I show him that? Das, should I show them? Das, not John. Okay, cool. Yeah. Should I show them Newsroom? Should I show them Newsroom Das? Should I show them that? We should show them that. I mean, it's released publicly. Alright, hold on, fellas. What's going on, man? How are you? Guys, this is funny. Here. Look, watch this video. Ready? Here, I'll go over here for a second. You guys gotta see this. This is funny, dude.
Video was sponsored by Brilliant.
John Galloway here at the NSF News Desk. A SpaceX Raptor engine has exploded on the vertical test stand in McGregor, Texas. In what's surely a massive setback for the Starship program, we've received reports that it took crews a whopping 65.9 hours to return to testing on the vertical stand.
But how much does it cost?
Hours? It's not even 3 days. Observations indicate that the anomaly was not that big of a deal for the experimental engine test facility. Yeah, I wore a tie, laugh it up. I mean, this paper's blank even. But I know what you're thinking. An engine blew up. How could that possibly be okay?
So funny,
Rather than
dude.
spending
It's so
years
good.
at the drawing board trying to design an engine that works in theory, SpaceX is taking an iterative approach driven by real-world data gathered on the test stand and in flight. Instead of just simulating how an engine should behave, SpaceX prefers real engines with real flames making real thrust. This approach is only made possible by the rapid test capabilities of SpaceX's facility in McGregor, Texas, and the generous support of viewers like you. Wait, wrong script. While SpaceX's Starbase and Florida launch facilities get a lot of well-deserved attention, the hard work of the SpaceX teams in McGregor often slips under the radar. Recently, we installed new live cameras to help give the space community a look at the exciting progress in Central Texas, and in the first weeks of operation, the cameras have captured a lot of action. I spent almost 4 weeks out in McGregor building all the new sites from scratch, which is probably how I got roped into doing this video. So let's dive in and take a closer look. Zoom the map in it.
Wait, what was that last part? Hold on.
A closer look. Zoom the map in, editor, at how the McGregor facility works and what our new...
You guys here, I'll link up the whole video in chat. It's pretty funny, man. So is that like working for SpaceX now? No, NASA Spaceflight. They're a new space news outfit. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. How you been, dude? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm working on hold down points. We're trying to figure out how load is distributed in parts in KSP. Hey, here, let me show you. Frangible nuts. I'm trying to build those. I mean, Das, we can make an explosive bolt. Literally have a rocket engine, point at an RCS ball and blow it up, and then the thing goes. We can do it, dude. We found a way to do same vessel collision. I'm gonna speak hard Kerbal here for a second. We found a way to do same vessel collision on physicsless parts on the same vehicle. So I can make hinges out of Kraken Tech that use the robotics for articulation and the Kraken Tech hinge. I found a way to combine both of them. And in this case, we're using them as hold down points here. This is like a huge breakthrough. Das, we made an auto gyro that has 2 rotors, right? And then using RCS balls. Remember when I used to make the gears out of those things, right? We used to use the RCS to make gears. I made a rotor with a synchronizer. So we have 2 rotors spinning on this vehicle, right? And then I have a robotic rotor in the center, and then it has gears out on the end. And I can disable one motor and power up the other one, and both blades spin. I have a drive shaft that goes left to right through the vehicle. So you could do some nuts stuff with this. Like, we found a way to get the physicsless parts to physics. The thing about physicsless parts, though, they don't drift. Nothing. No movement. And this is like, that's not a hypothesis. Physicsless parts can take load like you would not believe. Here, let me show you. Let's fuel it. Fuel this sucker up. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're messing with in KSP right now. It's fun, dude. It's good stuff. This is some real breakthrough stuff in Kerbal gameplay, at least for me. You know, I can make my pads not 1,000-part convoluted, ridiculous auto-strut matrices of failure. So before we were relying on auto-strut between vehicles. Now we can just go with a straight hard connection. Look. Just holding it in place. So, just almost done fueling the vehicle. You know, we're using densified propellants so we can fill it fast. Anyway, you psyched for OFT2, dude? This is a good day, man. I got my ULA shirt on here. Dude, yeah, we were measuring shear load by making cranes with these hinges. I was like, we purposely bent the mast of a crane like completely out of alignment, and then I flew by it with the auto gyro, and yeah, it snapped right back into position. It was really cool. Did Das just raid us? No, he just popped in. Just popping in, saying hi. Clicked on the stream when it had the thumbnail here. X, check this out. Look at this video. Weather for OFD2 is 80 to 90%. Sweet. All right, ready? Oh, that didn't work. I forgot to take the struts off in my excitement. Test invalidated. Here, let me try that again. I noticed they weren't moving around. I'm like, why aren't they moving around? What did I change? Well, you gotta undo it first. Das did a really funny bit for NSFX. Yeah, it's a good time. It was pretty funny. He was reporting on the test stands, which, yeah, there's NSF's new McGregor test stand streams, which are fantastic. Yeah, really cool. Alright, so hit one, and then undo it. Oh, I forgot to re-enable the action group flags. Oops. What was that? Oops. No more oops. Yeah, the oops. Yes. No more oops. What is it with the fat lady? You're obsessed with the fat lady. What was that? What was the oops? That little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. But anyway, Das, it's good to see you, buddy. Oops. Yup. No more oops. You're a crazy mother trucker. Welcome to Earth. Keep your alien race. No, keep my Earth out of your alien race mouth. God dang it, Bobby. Okay, let's get back to testing, man. Damn. God dang it, chat. That chat ain't right, I tell you what, boy. Alright, ready? Let's go in here like this. So it's jittering around again. Let's take a look. What are our oscillations here? Pause. Triple nan. 0.090921. 19. 25. 19. 24. Hike. Next to no movement. What do you say when someone says, I want less rockets, Dad? Well, we ask him politely but firmly to leave. Retract the umbilical. How are we looking at up here? What's our tolerance, right? 89.9. So, Homing Pigeon, this is kind of confirming what I'm thinking here, that this is... But a 12 thermometer solution here might not be the worst. That might not be the worst idea. Adding more points of contact could eliminate these high frequency oscillations here. All right. So that vehicle's just sitting there. She's just sitting in the pad, and we should be able to time warp, and it should be fine. And remember when I said it should be fine? I lied. Oh, at least the engine survived. That's the most expensive part. Yeah, didn't like that. Cool, good to know. We've just found another way to not have that work. We learned something. What did we learn? Don't time warp when the vehicle's free floating like that because it blows up. No. Okay, so what happened there What happened there is the game thought the vehicle was flying because it's not touching the ground. It thinks it's flying, so it's going to simulate it like it's flying. That's why it falls through the map. Theoretically, in a perfect physics world, you lay a plane on a sphere. They only connect at one precise literal atom. How does Kerbal handle this? What is the smallest balance point it allows? Is it based on pixel resolution? Physics simulation tick is the most important one, homing. Yeah. You can have multiple parts touching each other like what you're talking about. I'm not sure if adding to the resolution of thermometers, that's words I never thought I would say. I'm not sure if adding more thermometers is going to fix that. It might. It's possible. Creeper, any house news? Oh, give me 1 second. We have conditional approval. All the bank needs to do, so conditional approval means that me and the seller and I are pretty much good to go. All parties are good to go. That's what conditional approval means. All parties are good to go, except for the bank. The last step here is the bank needs to appraise the house, and if they need to make sure that what I paid for it is what the house is worth. Right? Because if I paid $1 million for a house, I wish, right? It'd probably be a lot bigger than the one we bought. If I paid $1 million for a house and the house is worth $750,000 and I apply for a mortgage, the bank ain't giving me $1 million loan. They're only going to lend you enough money for what the house is worth. That's what the appraisal is. So they have to appraise the house. We should be in line with what's called comps, C-O-M-P-S. Comps, like computer, almost. It's comparables. So you compare that to other houses that are similar in design. Now, usually that's easy because if you have one contractor that built 4 or 5 different houses, and if any one of those houses that are all similar in design have come up on the market recently, you should be able to get a good price from that, from comparing them. Comps. If your comps are in line with what you paid, then you should be good. Our comps are pretty in line, but either way, that's the last...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh no! 20 subs. That's the last step, fellas. Yep.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Rather than a plane on a sphere. Yeah. Oh no. Gifted 20 subs, dude. I appreciate it, man. I hope you guys are learning something from this house buying process. Like, that's kind of the reason why I'm telling you guys about it, because it's the first time for me. I'm learning a lot. So, we have conditional approval, which means all parties are good to go except for the bank. We just need to get the bank on board and prove that we didn't pay too much for this thing. And see, here's the thing. Like I said, the house is $1 million house, and you buy it for $1 million, and it's worth $750,000. If the bank thinks it's worth $750,000, you're on the hook for $250,000. Now, don't get me wrong. That is not what happened here. I know housing prices are high, but the bank takes that into account. They take into account the market. So, I think we're right on the money, but if they appraise lower than what we offered, we might have to pay a little bit out of pocket. But don't worry, I took that into account just in case, because I'll be honest with you, it's near impossible to find a freaking house right now. Anybody that does find a house, or anybody that's looking for a house right now knows exactly what I'm talking about. The inventory is absurdly low, and any houses that you potentially might want literally go in 5 minutes on the market. So, the fact that we had an offer accepted and we got our foot in the door, so to speak, if we end up having to pay a couple extra grand, it sucks. Would you rather have no house? If we can't pay for it, the bank won't give it to us. We have to show that we can make up the difference, too. $1,000 to $2,000 is not that big of a deal, considering... A, you get a house, and B, in the case of Brimo and I, in this house, this is a house that we want. It's not just a house for a house. It's a house that has everything that we want. Like a garage, in my case. Or an office, an in-home office, in Brimo's case. Because if I'm streaming in the garage, she can actually use the office instead of me using up one of the bedrooms in this 2-bedroom apartment. It's everything that we want. Yeah, right, Buck? Yeah, Version, my realtor thinks it's okay. My mortgage broker thinks it's okay. My buddy's a general contractor, and I told him about it. He thinks we might get a little burned a little bit on the appraisal, but it's all right. We had entire neighborhoods in Palm Bay bought by the bank to use as rental properties. Ugh. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm okay with that, but I don't want to talk about that, dudes. To be 100% honest with you, I don't want to talk about that, Bobby. All right. So, homing pigeon, you're talking about parts interacting with other parts. Theoretically, a flat surface on a flat surface, dude, that it's surface area at that point because now you're getting into collision box geometry. So, obviously, the wider the surface area of the hold down point, the better, right? And I think in this particular case, more hold down points would be better as well. But I don't know. It's something that we'd really have to go through and test. We could what we could do is try the tighter tolerance here. We can try tighter tolerance on the hold downs. With a flat surface and see what it does. But you got to remember, I know you don't like the RCS balls. What I want to do with this is that if I have my hold down point like this, spherical on one side, it'll be easier to line it up. It basically, the hold down point doubles as an alignment dowel, which is why I want to do this way. Hey, Soapbox, I will continue to sub to the channel gets good. Oh, okay. Thank you. I think. Yeah, pretty much, oh no. And thank you for the 20 subs, dude. I do appreciate it. Okay, is the orbital flight test flight a full launch, as in the steps they would take minus putting the crew in it? It is literally everything minus the crew in it, Alleviate. Starliner's going up to the ISS. It's going to dock at the front port of the ISS, where Crew 3 undocked the other day. Yep. It is a full test. They're even bringing cargo up, and they have crash test dummies. Hopefully that doesn't crash. You have anthropomorphic test dummies inside of Starliner to mimic human people. They did on the last one, too, for what it's worth. Yeah, dude, big test. Big test today, guys. I am psyched. I am psyched. Right? Okay, let's try with a flat surface here with tighter tolerance on the thermometers. So update on the car. I got it towed, and now shop is going to figure out what's wrong, so it's crossing my fingers it's nothing serious. Oh, Bandit, I see you did exactly what I said not to do. You don't understand. If that shop's gonna chase an electrical gremlin because it's an electrical gremlin, you're gonna pay a lot of money. Regardless. You're chasing electrical gremlins in the car. Not good. That's why I didn't say take it to a shop, but what's the travel time to the ISS? Give me 1 second. I had the mission timeline up here. I gotta find it. I'm not sure off the top of my head. My dad wanted me to take it to a shop to figure out what's wrong with it. Oh. Alright. I mean, Bandit, like I said, you're chasing, now you have a shop chasing electrical gremlins, which... .30. I didn't see a 30 with the other design. Sphere on sphere seems to be the best... Yeah, I don't know, Homing Pigeon. See, once again, that's getting into stuff that I don't necessarily know. I haven't really studied part-to-part interaction like this as much as I have in the past. This is definitely a first jump into it, so your questions are pretty good. Hey, Evil Rays, thanks for the raid. So technically, he's paying for the diagnostic. Oh. Yeah, Pete. I hope they don't. I hope it's just a bad alternator or something, dude. Because yeah, if they chase electrical gremlins, if a shop's doing that, it's gonna take forever. Because chasing electrical gremlins is not necessarily difficult. It's tedious. Tedious. You have to go over every wire in the entire car, and some of them are harder to get at than others. How's the building going? It's good, Evil Race. Thanks for the raid. What were you up to? The funny part is, Homing Pigeon, that we're inadvertently doing vibrational tests on the vehicle. This is vibrational and acoustic testing, which is hilarious. One thing I've noticed is that my engines aren't really secured to the outer aeroshell correctly. They're reinforced to an inner structure, but something that would probably be a good idea is to have my engine mount attached to the aeroshell. So another strut that goes from here to the fairing probably be a good idea. The engine section, other than that, is performing very well. Oh, well, that's good, Bandit, yeah. Interesting. You're trying to level Evil Rays up in Icarus, and we're on an exploration mission just goofing off. Cool, Claude, there you go. Right on. Icarus with my boy, Claude Voy. Or is it your Claude Boy Voy? Boy Claude Voy? Alright, let's pop this off. Interesting. I don't like how a lot of stuff is moving independently of the fairing. That play right there might also be causing this problem. But the docking ports, for the most part, are pretty freaking aligned. That's pretty good. That was on me. That was my fault. I moved the thing too much. It docked and then it forced it forward. It snap docked it out of its hold down points. That was my fault. I honestly think this is too tight of a tolerance. Alright, get rid of those. Where's the tighter tolerance bearing? It's this one. I just have all the different designs down here. There's the tapered one. Loose tolerance. Tight tolerance with cubic octags. Tight tolerance with those. I'm going to loosen it up just a couple of ticks. All right, let's go there. Let's go there. Save. And then, yeah. I noticed that the structural hierarchy here, not enough struts. It's good that the whole engine section is moving as one piece. That's what you ideally want. But the fairing, the structural fairing, is moving independently of these and the fuel tanks, which is not what I want. It shouldn't do that. That's just asking for something to bend out of shape. A simple alternator test can tell if the alternator is good or bad. Actually, there are two. Amp output test and a simple voltage test. So yeah, Saint, that's what I told them to do. Put a voltmeter, set the voltmeter to 20,000, and put it on the battery when the car is on. 14 volts, alternator works. 12 volts, alternator doesn't work. Simple as that. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm... But see, here's the thing. What happened with Bandit is... Put in... So, he had a battery, put the battery in the car, battery went dead. So he went... Got another battery, put a new battery in the car. Didn't verify charge, but that's okay. I suppose that's not a problem. Put the battery in the car started right up, went to go get gas, came back, parked it, came back the next day, battery dead. I don't think that's alternator. Something is drawing power from the car, dude. Something's drawing 12 volts and it's a short. Because you don't drain, if like you left the dome light on or something, or the vehicle anti-theft system or something, is that like a car alarm? Like, I don't think that would drain a battery overnight. Car alarm definitely wouldn't. I think there's a wire short. It sounds like electrical gremlins to me, but could be wrong. Hopefully I am. It's going to be, drummer, yeah. Yeah, Saint, and that's what I've been hoping it's not, and that's why I said, like, yo, taking it to the shop and having them chase electrical gremlins is going to get expensive very fast. Bandit, like, honestly, your best solution is to just get a battery disconnect and just unplug the battery at night. I'd say so, Saint. Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping. It's not really the answer I wanted to hear, but yeah, I know what you mean. A battery disconnect would be the best one. Alright, so I went with a slightly looser tolerance this time around. Let's see what this does. Ready? Huh. Wow. Super high frequency vibrations. 0, 8, 3, 5, 7, 10, 9, 11. Yeah. Saint, can I explain what I'm doing here? What's the logic? It's a long story, dude. How familiar are you with Kerbal? Like, how familiar? Like, how Yeah, how familiar are you with KSP? 800 hours? Okay. So do you know what a physicsless part is? We'll see what they say. I don't know. It's weird. I'll let you know. It's a short, Bandit. It's a short on something that needs constant 12. So it's a system on the car that's going to be on if the car's on or off, because it's drawing power when the car is... Well, we don't know that for sure, but... Yeah, it doesn't interact. Physicsless parts don't have any interaction. So like RCS, cubic octags, struts are physicsless too, believe it or not, even though they hold things together. The physical shape. Basically, I'm working on not troubleshooting. I'm working on designing something in KSP because I had kind of an epiphany. There's this glitch that it's not a glitch. It's just something that you can do. Physicsless parts don't have same vessel interaction on. See, SVI, same vessel interaction. Basically, make two parts on a vehicle collide with each other. Physicsless parts don't have those enabled on them, but we figured out a way to enable it with an action group. The key is to take a physicsless part, attach it to a robotic, which will trigger the flag for physics, excuse me. It'll trigger the flag for physics, right? And then if you take that physicsless piece off, right? If you take it off and you apply it to something else, right? That action group stays. So you can reapply same vessel interaction, right? You can reapply same vessel interaction. Now, my thought here is that physicsless parts, because they're physicsless, even though they interact with each other, because they're physicsless, they don't drift around as much. Parts in Kerbal do bend. They do bend and they do flex if you apply load to them. And a lot of vehicles in KSP, because you're reloading the scene shuts physics off and turns it back on. A lot of the times you're basically shock loading a vehicle when you go into scene. So like if you ever have a base on the moon or something, and you go to land it and you load back in, you notice the vehicle jumps up and down a little bit, right? Hey, Zerax, 15-month resub. Now what I'm trying to do is eliminate that. Other parts on the pad will drift because the thing is under load. Because if you're building like a launch pad, for instance, right? If you're building a launch pad, for instance, obviously you're going to be leaving the scene, hopefully. If you don't leave the scene and you go up into space, I'm pretty sure your launch pad didn't work how you wanted it to. Or if it comes with you, you got an even bigger problem. So what I'm trying to do is use that cheat code about triggering, not cheat, but use the method of triggering the same vessel collision flags on these parts. I'm trying to use that to make a hold down point that doesn't bend. Make the strongest kind of hold down point I can possibly think of. Because with the launch pads, this booster, as Drummer asked a little bit earlier, this booster that I'm working on, I want it to come back down and I want it to land. I want it to boost back and land like Falcon 9 does in real life. And if I do that, if I'm getting the booster all the way over here, and I had to put it on the pad to begin with, if I land one next to the launch pad and I have a reusable launch pad, you just go take a crane, pick it up, put it right back on the pad. Or at least that's the idea. That way we can really reuse this stuff. But the funny thing is it turns out in KSP, just like in real life, stuff wears over time. If you try to reuse something, you best be dang sure it's built to a higher spec. It's stronger, like way stronger, because of that shock load when you reload physics, right? Every time you reload physics, you're shock loading something. It's like giving somebody a suplex, right? Every freaking time. So we got to build this stuff with a strong enough tolerance to be able to survive that physics reload and survive all the stuff that I need to do to get the booster up on the pad. I pick it up, right? We place it on the pad, then we got to attach it to the pad, and then we got to put an upper stage on it, and we got to put a payload fairing on it. It's a lot of docking and undocking, right? Every time you dock and undock something, the game reloads the physics, so you shock load it. You got to be careful. So what I'm trying to do here is, my thought is that if I use physicsless parts as a hold down point, as basically my structural attachment point for the vehicle to hold it on the pad, then we can make a much, much, much stronger pad. And you can make a much stronger vehicle. You can use heavier vehicles. Because in the past, I've tried using other things, right? I've tried using other parts that weren't physicsless. And while they were strong enough, they did bend over time. So reused cores that I did bring back and put back on the pad ended up eventually being bent out of shape. Interesting, right? There is metal fatigue in KSP. It absolutely does happen. Weird as it may seem. OFT2 is today? Yeah. Launchpad in space could be handy? Sure. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm testing those docking functions. I have this docking port on that hinge right there, and I'm basically docking and undocking, docking and undocking, fueling, undocking, then docking again while fueled, docking while unfueled. And I'm seeing how strong these hold down points are. Ready? So let's undock it. Now we know from previous testing to not time warp this right now, the vehicle will crash because we're not connected. We're only connected to the pad physically. And if we take away the physics simulation by time warping, well, the game doesn't understand that. It thinks this is flying and it'll crash it into the pad. It'll fall down into the flame trench, so to speak. So let's back that docking port off. I've seen the live pad shot, T-Man. It's pretty cool. I have 4 hold down points in cardinal directions, 12, 3, 6, and 9 on the long axis of the vehicle. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm using thermometers and an RCS bearing, or RCS ball, as kind of a guide dowel. Like, Murdoch, think if you're like putting a transmission on the back of an engine, you have a pilot dowel. What I'm trying to do is keep it simple, so my pilot dowel is the structural connection. In the past, I've made flanges in KSP and used that, and that does work, but because it's a non-physicsless part, it bends. It moves it out of spec. Like, basically, this is a study in tolerances in KSP. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out how tight of a tolerance can I actually get for the game to understand and not just blow up in my face. And in doing that, we found a lot of different ways to make it blow up in my face. I think I've destroyed this core on the stand like 6 or 7 times today. So our vehicle stabilizer is out. Now what's the frequency here? It's actually very low, very high frequency, very low amplitude. Not bad. All right, ready? Let's bring this back here. No, Grumpy. See if we can dampen out that. We're bent. Something bent down here. Not by much, but it did. Alright, let's fuel it up. How does Starliner compare to Dragon and Thrust Weight Delta V? It's pretty much the same, dude. They're redundant, dissimilar. They're designed to do the same thing, but they're 2 different designs that are designed to do the same thing. That's the whole reason for Starliner existing. NASA doesn't want to put all their eggs in one basket, because if something goes wrong with that launch vehicle, they have a backup vehicle. That's totally different. That uses a completely different rocket with a completely different supply chain. That's smart. Alright, we are go for fueling. Freeze, Gopher! You have to dock to a Stampatron. You can't just strut directly to it, Homing Pigeon. Stampatrons drift. They drift relative to the terrain because of a float point error. I've tried that before. Explosions. Yeah. So, Homing, you want to know why KSC is on these hexagonal tiles, the entire Space Center? The terrain moves underneath it. True story. Oh yeah, that absolutely happens. Yep. Yep. See these tiles, all this stuff? You know why everything is on raised plates? The terrain drifts. Yep. The terrain drifts underneath you from time to time. Yeah, I know. Because I had that idea with the SSTO, dude. I tried using a Stampatron to hold it in position, and every time I reloaded the scene, the Stampatron would move with the terrain. And the docking port that was attached to the Stampatron would drift with the pad. And then, eventually, it would drift so much that it's tensioning the connection between the Stampatron and the docking port. Even if I strutted it, it would bend the struts. And then it bends them so far out of whack that you get, if it, like, tries to bend like this. So if you have any roll rates and it bends like this, if it tries to bend a strut like that, the game basically divides by 0. And you either have to try and replace the strut or disconnect the Stampatron. And if you disconnect the Stampatron, well, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of potential energy built up in the bent strut. Ever dock two vehicles together in KSP? You dock two really long vehicles together in KSP, and then the ends start waggling around, and then the whole thing just blows itself up? It's because the game is trying to run an auto strut that's too long, and it's encountering a float point error. And the strut it's literally trying to bend the strut. And that's where that phantom force comes from bending the struts. So the ground anchor is useless, basically. I'm sure there's a use case for it somewhere, RJ. In this particular scenario, I found that it's better to have the pad just move around on the terrain. Find a flat spot, put the pad on the flat spot, and let the pad move around a little bit. That's not going to make a big difference in the long run. Oh, nice, Bandit. Well, that's good. Why does the terrain drift? Float point error, Spider. Okay, what's a float point error? What does that mean? I've been saying that a lot. So, in coding, there's a function called float. It usually is when you have to deal with precise mathematical numbers, okay? The thing is, when you're using a float function, it's precise for most applications. When you're talking about something like engineering, right? You ideally wouldn't want to use a float function to store numerical values. Float is only good to a certain decimal point. So if you have something that is super precise, right? You get a number that occurs in a game, right? That's out to like the 1,000th decimal point. Well, your computer isn't going to go sit there and do 1,000 decimal point calculation. It's not going to do that. Float point only goes out to the 1,000th decimal. I think it's 4 or 5. So anytime you need a number more precise than that, you'd need to use a different function, right? It's a data type, not a function. Still learning. So it's a data type that only stores data out to like the 4th or 5th decimal place. So if you're encountering a game or you're coding something and you need to be able to store numbers out to a much higher decimal point, float won't do it. Float won't do that. Now, okay, so why don't we just use another data type that has decimal points out to the 1,000th decimal place? You really want your computer spending time, especially in a game where that needs to be like real time like this? Do you want your computer spending a lot of time calculating numbers out to the 1,000th decimal point? Hell no. Kerbal would be next to impossible to use. The computer would just spend all its time chugging all those numbers, and you actually wouldn't be able to like fly stuff around. It has to be simple because it's a game, and everybody has to be able to play this game. And that's why, like part count and stuff, if you get a higher part count, you get a higher simulation rate. That's a lot more numbers to deal with, right? there's a lot more numbers to screw around with. So using float is a way to optimize this to make it work a little bit better. Float point occurs all over the place in games because no one wants to code a game that uses numbers that are accurate out to like the 1,000th decimal place. That's absurd. You half the game's like drive space, like storage space on your hard drive would be just stored numbers. Screw that. Yeah, that's float point error. So basically, Kerbal, every time you reload it, it loads the base in the same spot, but it only loads it with the precision to the, like, maybe the 1,000th decimal point. So, like, 3 decimal points in, 4 decimal points in, and everything else is just kind of rounded off. So, it might not be in the same position every time. It moves around slightly. Yeah, because these are placed objects, and the terrain is generated off of a texture map. Yeah, a little bit into game design there. Hard drives are just filled with... Hard drives, all hard drives are filled with stored numbers. More stored numbers. How many stored numbers do you want, Ein? Well, yes. Float also does not store exact numbers. For example, something like 0.001 and 002 might evaluate to 00299999999. It has to do with how decimal numbers are stored with bits. Float errors can happen with a few digits. Denix, you said it better than me. I'm still learning software, believe it or not. I'm at, like, Software 101. Basically, it's just margin of error, guys. There's some margin of error because this isn't a super high fidelity simulation. It's a video game. So you can only get... Your tolerances can only be so good within the confines of floating numbers with a computer. Yeah, Denix, you said it better than me. You said it better than me. Why didn't we have space news already? The entire rest of the stream is going to be space news with the orbital flight test, Balk. Hey, Sewer Rat. We going to space today? We could. Performance versus precision. Yeah. That's right, Dodo. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of software people in here. You guys know. And you probably know it. Like Denix there, you can explain it better than me, but that's the gist of it. Everything is moving around. So, not only, like, so the crazy thing is like with my hold down points here, right? I have to get them to a tight enough tolerance that Kerbal understands it, but if we go too tight, they just won't work. Because a float point, it'll just round it, and instead of the game understanding that this is being held in place by 6 thermometers, it'll just pop it out. Yeah, that's not even getting into simulation tick as well. Kerbal takes a sample of physics simulation, right? So say like you're taking a plane off, like you go from throttling up the engines to flying in the air, and say in that criteria, like in that regime right there. Kerbal, every couple, like, let's say it takes a sample. Like, it takes a sample of the plane in the resting position, right? Plane is sitting there doing nothing on the runway. Like, if we just hit the fly button and we had a plane. I have a launch pad here, but you get the idea, right? You hit the gas, okay? The game is telling the physics engine, for the most part, that the plane has imparted force on it. So, the game is going to be like, okay, it was here. Now the game is telling us that we imparted thrust on it, so now it's over here. And then it'll just keep going. And it'll keep taking the last point, seeing what the game is telling the physics engine, or like the user is inputting into the controls right there, right? And it'll take that last week, okay, it was here, now it's here. Okay, it was here, now it's here. Like an inchworm almost. Those are called physics ticks, okay? It's the time it takes, or how many times basically the game tells the physics engine that's governing your vehicle in Kerbal how many samples it takes per second, basically. The more samples that you put in there, the higher fidelity your physics simulation will be. However, if you don't have a good computer, right, and you set your phys tick all the way to like maximum, you can set it in Kerbal settings. It's max physics delta time step, I think. You could set it to be higher. And you could take more samples per second in game, but taking more samples per second in game will slow down the game. Your game will look like it's going in slow motion. This is how a lot of YouTubers, do like 1,500, 1,600 part builds, and it works in real time because they record the simulation with a high delta time step, right? and they launch it in Kerbal while recording, and the vehicle basically launches in slow motion, and then in post, they speed it back up. You ever wondered how, like, Hazardish, Stratton Blitz, I think it's Hazardish, Stratton Blitz, Matt Lone, how they have all those, like, 1,500 part vehicles that just seemingly work in real time? It's because they speed up the simulation in post. Yeah. Now, as a game developer, what the devs of this game tried to do is find a good medium between the physics simulation being accurate, float point, and basically not bogging your computer down completely with physics ticks. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I got most of that right. I'm pretty sure I did, but if there was something that I missed, please tell me. There's people here that are way better at software than me. Yeah, JDI, close enough. All right, cool. I'll take close enough, considering I have no idea what I'm talking about. VLS with Falcon heavy boosters. Oh, no. You explained it well? Okay, cool. I'll take it.
Hi.
Hello?
We got a gift.
We have a gift? Yeah, we seem to be getting a lot of that lately.
I know, everybody decided we're moving, so they gotta ship us their stuff now. This is your gift from Wheatley.
Oh, you dick. No. No. Why did you...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Well, Ono just stole your thunder.
What? Oh no.
Yep, you just stole your thunder. Oh my goodness, man.
I guess we could get Qdoba, maybe.
Want to get Domino's?
It's alright.
Okay.
We should really save that for house things. But thank you. Mucho apreciado.
Jeez, oh no. He gifted 20 subs earlier today. You're
Dude,
too nice, dude.
oh my gosh.
You're too nice to us, man. We don't deserve that. But thank you. I do appreciate it. Wow, way to ruin the mood by giving me money. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what to do. You stumped me. Like, I'm on sensory overload.
At the same time.
What do we do?
Thank you, Ona. Like,
just gonna sit here and just... I don't know what to do with my hands. Dan, then I wanted you two to have a nice dinner. Okay, we'll have a nice dinner. Domino's. No, we'll go get thrown out of an Applebee's just for you. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Anyway, Wheat gave us a this is a remarkable tab and a remarkable pen. What's remarkable? This is a Wacom tablet, guys. Anybody know a Wacom tablet?
but it's supposed to feel like real paper.
Just got here. What's up? Hey, what's going on? Like when someone throws a dime on a pile of cash, yeah, right? These are really cool. Okay, you guys know how I draw stuff in Paint, right? Now I don't even need to do that. We could Telestrator with this thing. So like I can get the remarkable pen and just be like, okay, it's like this, and it'll draw it up on the screen. It's a Wacom tablet. But it's a Wacom tablet that is really, 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 really nice. Jesus.
You want me to open it for you?
It's a Telestrator, guys. That's what it is. It's a Telestrator. No. I mean, if you want to, go ahead.
Why not?
Wacom, not Wacom. Yeah, I just like saying Wacom, Ren. I'm not going to lie to you. I know it's Wacom. I have a Wacom tablet behind me. But saying Wacom is funnier. And that's what my professor called them in school. Our shading and lighting professor in school a long time ago kept calling them Wacom tablets. So I thought it was funny, so I just rewired that. I know it's Wacom.
You're gonna need it for Starliner. You're gonna have to be like, see, this is the part that broke.
Oh, no.
I mean, that they had to replace. I meant that in like a...
What the frick, man?
Okay, wait, no.
Savage Mo. God damn.
I was referring to the reason why it didn't fly.
Oh my god. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Oh, that's so messed up. No, Brimo, no. That is so messed up. Wheat. Why did you buy me this, man?
Because he's too nice to us.
I don't. Why? Why are you too nice? I'm a dick. I'm from Boston. It's like my job. What? She wanted. She likes it. That's why she opened it.
That's true.
Oh my goodness. So like you can. I don't deserve this, man. We're getting nasty imposter syndrome right now.
Ren Phoenix here, like when somebody throws a dime on a pile of cash for 500 bits.
Wrong computer.
Oh, it needs to go into the...
Can I finish playing Kerbal?
No, because otherwise, because then you won't set this up.
Maybe we could do it on break.
It needs to charge anyway.
Blah 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 blah. Am I right?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying this whole time. Dude.
Is it wireless?
I don't know. I plugged it in because it probably needs to charge. It's all wireless? Okay. It's e-ink.
That's the screen.
It does, sweet. Okay, wait. Now let's get you set up. Start setup. That's our Wi-Fi network. Aw, crap. I gotta go get my phone.
I'm asking you, could we do this on break?
No.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's not like I'm in the middle of anything, right? I'm not doing anything important, right? Sweet, thanks, man. And oh no, thank you very much as well, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it means a lot, dude. We'll use this. We'll use it. That's for sure. We'll use it if we get that house. But in the meantime, Oh No has requested that we get thrown out of an Applebee's, so we're gonna have to do that. Alright. See you last. What's up, Foz? Play KSP while she's gone quick. That's what I'm trying. Dude, that's what I was trying to do.
You can play KSP right now.
Yeah, Thomas, it does. That's what that means. Remember I was talking about you being a redneck? Yeah. See if she could set it up to work with KSP shipbuilding mechanics. So I just got here. What happened? People are being too nice to me again.
Bastards. Sorry.
Classy, Brimo.
I know.
Alright, so the vehicle is fully fueled. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to undo. Undo the VSS.
It's updating.
Did you try arching your shoulders? Oh, he's trying! Did she unplug the damn joystick? Okay. Everything falling on the floor. All right. That's what I love. Freaking gravity, you suck. Unplug anything intentionally. Yeah, no, you just ignored the part where I said, "Hey, can we do this? Can we do this while I'm on break?" It's fine. Don't listen to me. It's fine. All right, ready? All right, let's watch right here. Get ready to clip this. Nice. Wait, where's the rocket gone? Yeah, that was really good. Magnificent. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to fix those.
Go and throttle up.
Hey, weekly gifted us up to Whale 25. I'm not saying that out loud. Does it land? It has no landing legs, bro, handy, but we could land it. I mean, but it also has a full tank of gas, so we'd have to kind of sit there and hover it for a little while. Wheat gifted 12 months of tier 1. Dude. What are those upward facing pipes on the engines? They're part of the engines that are clipping out of the engine section a little bit, dude. $12 months, sweet. You guys are being way too nice to me today, I'll tell you. Landed on the hold down points? That probably is not gonna happen, man. What are you testing right now? Controllability on the booster? I was messing with the hold down points. Well, that looks familiar. What does this rocket do? It goes up. Hey, where does this rocket go? It goes up. Nice hover we got going on here, I'll tell you that. Make a rocket that goes down. That's what we really want to see. So, space shuttle? Alright, fine. We'll make this rocket go down. Give me one moment. Uh-oh. I did it bad. Bring it around. Bring it around town. Uh-oh. I hit Z. Oh, crap. Nope. I hit the wrong key. Yep. Nope. That's why it really would have been nice if someone didn't unplug my joystick. How dare you, Brimo? How dare you? How dare you? Anyway. Which joystick? The US Yes. We have no legs, Lieutenant Dan. Oh, oh, please, 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 please. Thank you. Nice. Nice. Geez, out of practice much? It has no RCS, man. With RCS and grid fins, this is a lot easier. The flowers are still standing. Well, asked for why your joystick is unplugged. It was me. I just let Brimo take the blame. Okay. Now tip it over and make it boom. But. All right. Oh, I shut the engines off. Sorry, man. Nothing I can do. Shut the engines off already. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Now I got to recover it with the crane. Well, our margins need to be a little bit better than that, dudes. All right, Finn, just for you, buddy. Ready? Oh. Well, that's probably not a good thing. It wants to live. What can I tell you? I'm out of fuel, dude. I can't tip it now. I was trying to just get it a little tip over, but it wants to live. This thing has no SAS on it, guys. It has barely, I don't even think it has probe core torque. Oh yeah, no it does. Just very little. Like, there's no SAS on this thing. That's just heading hold, meaning the SAS is issuing corrective commands to the gimbal to get it to fly straight. Here, if you want to know more about how guidance systems work, here, listen, there's a video.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
That's the dingle bop.
By subtracting where it is
Gotcha.
from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
True story. Yeah. Inertial measuring units do be like that. This thing wants me to make an account, so I don't care. The tablet thingamajig, we'll do that during break. In fact, actually, we need to put these hold down points through a little bit more testing, but I'm pretty damn happy with how they work. You see the thing get off the pad? It looks pretty right. Now, the real thing is, do we want hold down points? Do we want something to hold this to the pad, and then when we go to lift off, have it go out of the way? I don't know. That's how not to explain a concept. Oh, but it actually does explain the concept. That's explaining inertial measuring systems or inertial measuring units. Yeah. In the same way that physics tick for Kerbal kind of takes the last known position of an object that's being physically simulated in KSP, and then kind of takes that where it's going, sees that Kerbal, for instance, has throttle on, right? The next frame is the last frame was the point of reference for the next physics frame that gets rendered. Inertial measuring units work exactly like that. Guidance systems on rockets. They subtract where it is from where it isn't to get a variation. That's kind of how it works. It's close enough. It's funny because it's accurate. That's exactly how an inertial measuring unit works, or a closed. Well, it's not inertial measuring units. It's closed loop guidance. Differences. Closed loop guidance uses inertial measuring units to figure out where the rocket is on its trajectory using past extrapolated data. And using past extrapolated data, for instance, like if your rocket goes over the hill and your ground station can't see it anymore, it basically is plotting a line of where it was going when it had the ground stations and it was able to figure out where it was, right? When you lose control from a ground station, if you don't have a satellite up top that's able to relay the information and relay the telemetry, the rocket basically works by itself. It flies by itself and it knows where it is because of past data and extrapolates it where it needs to go and what it needs to do based off of that data that it had being relayed from ground stations. Basically, it's using the ground stations to triangulate where it is, right? And once you don't have ground stations, it has to fly in closed loop, meaning it has to use an inertial measure. It has to use an inertial measuring unit. So basically, it uses its acceleration to figure out where it is, based off of past data. Yeah, closed loop guidance. It's something that missiles use. Just Base, 23-month resub. Bonjour. Knee deep through week exam, Alex. When's OFT2? About 2 hours. It always knows where it isn't. That's right, Mammon. Yeah, right? Hey, by the way, how you doing? Let's hope it's right this time. Yep. Teammates have set Starliner's mission elapse timer, which the autonomous spacecraft uses to know what phase of flight it is in and correctly performs the next steps. Another check is performed during the terminal count. Controllers were also verified during flight. Yeah, that was the problem with OFT-1. The mission timelines weren't synced, and Starliner didn't know where it was. So it started acting like it was on orbit when it was being launched on the vehicle and shooting off its RCS in all different directions. True story. My astronomy finalist tonight, top of the class. Awesome, dude. It also helps if your clock is synced. Yeah, I know. It's funny how that works. It's funny. It's funny how that's a thing. POV, it's OFT2, but in For All Mankind. Did you link this already? Nice. Building rockets is hard. Okay. Yeah. You should build rockets. I think we should mess with the tolerance on this just a little bit more, but other than that, everything looked good with this, guys. Now the real question is, we have a good point that holds the rocket up. What are we going to do? Do we want to hold it in place? I don't know if we want to do that. It isn't rocket science. Well, actually it is rocket science. I'm guessing you've seen that KSP2 has moved to 2023. What's KSP2, Novacon? I don't know what that is. I've seen it. I've seen it, dude. Yeah, that's okay. It helps me kind of scale my expectations with mission mode a little bit better. All right. You guys want to start space news? Let's do it. Let's do it. We will mess more with those hold down points very soon. No, Flack, and I haven't, and it probably sucks because you like it, so no, I haven't. I haven't heard of that game. I haven't heard of it. It's probably terrible. All right, guys. Let's put on a video. Nice, Just Face. There you go. For those of us living overseas, OFT2 liftoff is way past sunset in Florida, right? No, sun will be up. It'll still be light out. 6:54 p.m. Yeah, Jazos, the sun will be up. Yeah. Damn, that hurt. I haven't heard of it, Fleckin'. No. World Box? No, I'm not familiar. Okay. Have I seen this yet? Newscaster Das joins from the desk. Oh yeah, Thomas. Das was in here a little bit earlier, and I showed everyone. That video is fantastic. I thought it was hilarious, man. Man, did it make me laugh. Newscaster Das. It's funny as hell, man. Sunset in Florida is about 8 p.m. today. Kick butt. All right, guys. Let's see. Oh, we have a live shot. If you want to see it. Yeah, there's the live shot. What's next? News creator EJ. Well, we got breaks, so normally what I do is I go grab something to eat real quick. I have a feeling the next couple hours are going to be pretty fun. So, hey, Tien. By the way, take the time for a reminder. Evangelist? Rape is space travel strongly related.